Chapter 22-29. Whether it was on the city wall or the heavenly realm cultivators in the distance, all the cultivators who saw Brilliant's face were stunned. All the cultivators who saw Brilliant's attack were shocked. With just 2 fingers, 2 saints were sent flying while coughing up blood. What kind of strength was this? Immediately after, the expressionless Brilliant pointed again, and his target was the 3rd saint. This saint looked very vigilant. When he rushed forward, he was full of vigilance. His spiritual consciousness spread out to detect any abnormalities. But he didn't sense anything. In the space in front of him, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came. Under this fluctuation, his body couldn't help but fly backward. This fluctuation was also filled with a powerful energy. This energy entered his organs and tried to destroy his vitality. Puff! Flying backward, he still couldn't escape the fate of coughing up blood. The other saints were still rushing forward, and their speed was getting faster and faster. Brilliant pointed again, and the 4th saint flew backward. The 5th saint flew backward. The 6th saint flew backward. The 8th saint flew backward. The 10th saint flew backward. The 12th saint flew backward. Under the gaze of the crowd, 12 of the 13 saints who rushed forward were directly sent flying. During this period, no matter how their bodies changed, no matter how they changed their direction, they couldn't escape Brilliant's finger. The last saint, because of his good luck, came to Brilliant's side before he could make a move. His eyes were somewhat ferocious as he rushed toward Brilliant. As he rushed forward, his saint power condensed into a light blade in his hand. The cold blade light flashed, and the blade went straight for Brilliant's neck. In the face of such a rare beauty, he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at the saint's blade, Brilliant's expression still didn't change. He just gently blocked the path of the blade with his finger, which was supposed to be pointed out. A finger blocked a blade. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were dumbfounded. Many of them also showed pity on their faces. It was as if they could see the scene of Brilliant's finger being chopped off and turning into a skeleton. A ferocious smile appeared on the saint's face. His opponent wasn't a saint king. How could a mere finger block his blade? On the city wall, many people from the Thunder Clan showed pity on their faces. They wanted to shout out, but it was too late. The lightning ancestor remained silent, while Zanbu, Howlin, and the others didn't have much of a change in their expressions. Zi Chen was focused on the battle and did not seem to notice what was happening in front of him. Clang! The powerful blade fell on Brilliant's jade finger. However, the scene of a horizontal slash did not appear. Instead, a clanging sound was heard. Brilliant's jade finger had blocked the attack. Not only did she block it, but a rebounding force was also emitted from her jade-like fingers, shattering the Saint Power Saber. Looking at the shattered Saint Power Saber in front of him, the ferocious saint was dumbfounded. When the cultivators in the distance saw this, they were petrified. He blocked the saber with 1 finger. Guang Yaro's expression didn't change much. He didn't even look at the saint with his beautiful eyes. Instead, he pointed at the saint with his jade-like finger that had just blocked the blade. As if afraid of dirtying her finger, the jade finger stopped 2 inches away from the saint, and saint energy surged out. Pu. A finger hole instantly appeared in the saint's chest. Then, his body seemed to have suffered too much energy impact and began to fly backward uncontrollably. The saint's face was still filled with a dumbfounded expression, but his previously bright eyes were dimming and the bright light was dispersing. In everyone's perception, the vitality of the saint who flew backward was quickly dissipating. When the saint landed on the ground and went deep into the ground, his surging vitality had completely dissipated. With 13 fingers, he had injured 12 saints and killed 1 saint. All the cultivators who saw this scene were petrified. They'd seen Zi Chen fight in the past, and he'd annihilated 7 saints while remaining completely unharmed. This time, these saints had taken Zi Chen to be their greatest enemy. For this, they invited the Vic brothers to deal with Zi Chen, and it seemed to be working well. But who would have thought that when the 13 saints went to attack Thunder City, they would be blocked by 1 person? And it was a woman who was unbelievably beautiful. The 12 injured saints were stunned. They did not know whether to advance or retreat. Previously, They had also thought that this woman only had special means, and that once she got close to them, they would definitely be able to easily kill her. However, who would have thought that such a powerful attack could not even block a single finger from her, let alone break through her defense? It was obvious that the purple-clad woman standing in the sky was an existence even stronger than Zi Chen. She was a true expert. Her bright eyes fell calmly on the 12 saints. Although she did not speak, her meaning was clear. If they did not know what was good for them, then all of them would die. Rumble. Rumble. Just as they were at a loss, a thunderous sound came from another direction. It was the storm formed by the two brothers. It was spinning forward, as if it wanted to tear apart Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen stood in place. Golden light shone on his body, forming a light shield. No matter how the storm spun, it could not move forward. The storm could not break through his defense. After a few breaths of time, the storm changed once again. Like a spirit snake, it actually began to coil around the light barrier layer by layer, entangling Zi Chen. A cold intent pervaded the air, causing the saints to wake up. Seeing Brilliant's cold gaze, the 12 saints no longer hesitated and turned to run. They were not a match on this side, and on the other side, the two brothers could not kill Zi Chen. If this continued, they would definitely lose. Go! These saints were kind enough. Before they left, they did not forget to send a voice transmission to the Vic brothers, reminding them. Damn it, why are you running? This guy is going to die soon. The Vic brothers' dissatisfied voice rang out. If we don't run, we will be the ones to die. Langdon sent a voice transmission and ran even faster. Boom. A strong light burst out from Zi Chen's body, shaking off the storm around him. The Vic brothers were surprised, but did not stay. They turned into a storm and continued to run. Zi Chen tried to chase them, but could not cause any effective damage to the storm. Fortunately, they left. Those saints and heavenly realm experts retreated once again. However, there was no sound of cheering in the Thunder City. Everyone was looking at the Brilliant in a daze. Their faces were full of disbelief. As for Zi Chen, who also contributed, he was completely ignored. In their eyes, there was only Brilliant. In their guesses, Dazzling should be Zi Chen's subordinate. Although she was beautiful, her battle prowess should not be too strong. However, they did not expect that she would be able to easily injure 12 saints, kill one saint, and scare off all the enemies. This kind of battle prowess appeared on the body of such a peerless beauty. Who would be able to shift their gaze away? Seeing this, Zi Chen spread his hands and smiled helplessly. He quietly left and returned to his room to continue refining his soul. We're about to kill that guy. Why are you running? Outside of this world, the Vic brothers caught up to the fleeing saints and questioned them in dissatisfaction. He's not the strongest. That woman is the strongest. Gavin is already dead, Langdon said with lingering fear. What? The Vic brothers were stunned. They were focused on the battle and did not have time to observe the surroundings, so they did not know that a saint had died. How is that possible? There are 13 of you. Can't you deal with one person? That woman is stronger. Much stronger than the one you fought. She only attacked 13 times and injured 12 of us. She killed Gavin. Don't you think she's strong? So strong. The Vic brothers were shocked. No wonder such good things fell on us. This enemy is too strong. How can we be a match for him? One of the saints complained. Not to mention the agreed time, even if you give us another 8 or 10 years, we will definitely not be able to take down that city. Forget it, let's inform him in advance and tell him the truth. The saint from the Dance family said with a depressed face. In this way, they had completely missed the opportunity. If we can't take down that city, they can't either. That man and woman are not to be trifled with. Moreover, I saw some other faces on the city walls. Judging by their auras, they should also be saints. I think it will be difficult to take down this city. These saints left helplessly, but they did not completely give up on those slots. So, they continued to send those heavenly realms to surround this place, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. After returning, they tried to find a way to inform the person who gave them the mission and inform them of the current situation. To be able to give a mission to a star field, there was only one situation in the entire star path, and that was that the other party belonged to the true Overlord force. In this star path, there were relatively many Overlord forces, but the true Overlord forces were only 3. Dof, Huati, and Jiao were the 3 Overlord forces. There had always been rumors that behind these 3 Overlord forces stood the Divine Clan. They were the subordinates of the Divine Clan. And this time, the one who gave them the order was Jiao's force. Helpless, these saints spread the news that they were unable to attack Thunder City, and asked the experts in Jiao's force to hurry over. A month later, a group of 5 saints arrived at the Chengde starfield and headed straight for the Chengde starfield. Seeing these saints, the first thing the representative of Jiao's force said was trash. Little did he know that when he said trash, these saints were secretly disdainful. They really thought that the saints of Chengde starfield were trash. A mere 5 saints wanted to take down Thunder City. This was simply a dream. Chapter 22:30. In this group of 5, the one who spoke was a young man named Jiao. He was a true descendant of the Jiao family. His manner and words naturally carried a bit of arrogance. The first thing he did was to call them trash in front of these saints. These saints were angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only listen silently, occasionally showing a look of dissatisfaction. The Vic brothers kept tilting their heads, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Tell me, what's going on?" One person scolded these people for a long time before Jiao looked at these saints seriously, indicating that they should speak. Obviously, this was not a brainless playboy. "Sir, it's not that we're incompetent, it's that the enemy is too strong. That guy called Lei Dong was ridiculously strong. We had a hard time killing him, but now there's another one." Langdon, with some resentment, told the whole story. Jiao and the others listened quietly, not saying a word. In the end, except for Jiao, the other 4 saints' expressions became serious. Looking at Langdon, who sat down, Jiao said lightly, "In that case, the enemy does have some tricks up his sleeve." "It's not just some tricks," Langdon said. "It's a very powerful trick. He's at the pinnacle of his level." "Is that so? Then let's go." Smiling lightly, Jiao did not seem to care. After the last battle, Zichen returned to his room to continue fusing with the other part of the thunder element. Zichen's soul was strong, so the fusion process was relatively fast. Soon, half a month passed. The thunder element in Zichen's sea of consciousness finally dissipated completely fusing with Zichen's soul. Zichen's soul became more and more transparent. There were many Thunder Clan techniques in his sea of consciousness. These techniques were fused with his understanding. Next, Zichen did not need to spend too much energy to master these techniques. And Zichen found that these low-level techniques were actually decomposed from high-level techniques. In other words, high-level techniques were evolved from low-level techniques. The power of the 2 was very different, but in fact, they were on different paths. Buzz. After the complete fusion of the Thunder Yuan, Zichen felt an unprecedented feeling of clarity. It was as if his soul's perception had increased tenfold in an instant, becoming much sharper. As his soul trembled, Zichen's soul in the depths of his sea of consciousness began to tumble. Powerful soul fluctuations spread out in all directions as a saint's aura spread out. Sensing the saint's might coming from the center of his spiritual sea, Zichen was pleasantly surprised. It was obvious that his soul was advancing from the heaven realm to the saint realm. The door to the saint realm had been opened for him, and he would be able to pass through it without any hindrance. This process might take some time, but it definitely wouldn't take too long because Zichen had become a saint through natural means, not by relying on saint crystals. There was no harmonious spirit master on this life star, but it had been able to stand firm for so many years. Moreover, it had resisted the invasion of the alien tribes time and time again because the cultivators on this life star could enter the saint realm naturally. In other words, if they had the opportunity, they would be able to become a saint at some point, just like Zichen. Of course, before that, there was a prerequisite, which was to be in the alien space-time. In other words, in a life star with limited levels, except for those special existences, no one else could become a saint. Even Zichen, who had the perfect world, might not be able to open the saint road on this life star. This was because of the great law of heaven and earth. It took the alien races many years to learn about this, and that was why they were so ruthless in the star road. Chen, as a heaven-defying cultivator on this life star, had entered the saint's gate. This step represented a great significance, as it would change the great law of heaven and earth. Of course, Chen didn't know all of this. Even the lightning ancestor didn't know, because in the history of this world, the heaven-defying cultivators who appeared on this life star had rarely reached this realm. As his soul changed, Chen's perfect world also changed at the same time. This was an upgrade of the world. The heaven-defying energy continued to tumble, like a monstrous wave of anger. In the midst of the tumbling, there were also waves of saint aura. Soon, the first drop of saint energy appeared in Chen's sea of energy. When this drop of saint energy appeared, Chen had entered the saint realm from the heaven realm. But there was no doubt that he was still the weakest saint. He began to sit cross-legged, wholeheartedly immersing himself in the changes of his soul and energy. As for his physical body, it was being changed by the heavenly God's energy and the rainbow sacred tree's energy. The oppressive saint aura spread out from Chen's room to the outside world. This alarmed many cultivators of the lightning clan, and they all rushed to the outside of Chen's room. Looks like he's going to enter the saint realm. When the lightning ancestor saw this scene, he was a little excited. He knew Chen's secret better than others, and the reason for his excitement was that Chen had obtained the thunder origin. That was something from the lightning god temple, the most mysterious thing in the world. He believed that Chen, who had obtained it completely, would be different from the rest. Not only would he be different, but he would also be unique. During this period of time, he carefully understood Chen and knew some details about Chen. Knowing that Chen was breaking through, the other members of the lightning clan were also very excited. Chen hadn't really broken through yet, but he was already so powerful. Once he broke through, wouldn't his battle strength be even stronger? Together with brilliant light, the two of them could completely protect the lightning clan. Time passed day by day, and the pressure coming from Chen's room also became stronger and stronger. Half a month later, 1/3 of Chen's soul had already advanced to the saint realm. The saint realm soul had become stronger and more sensitive. When he spread out his spiritual sense, he could pass through the city without any obstruction, enveloping the entire planet and investigating every movement here. As for the energy in his body, it was still too far away from completely transforming, so it would take a relatively long time. Just as the entire Chengda starfield was in an uproar because of the lightning clan's matter, some saints quietly entered the Chengda starfield. They came from the Nephas starfield, and there were more than a dozen of them. When they came, they deliberately concealed their saint realm aura and directly walked towards a small planet. This planet was very small, but it was the closest trading planet to the Nephas starfield. It was very prosperous, and every day, a large number of heavenly realm experts would pass through to the two starfields. After these hidden saints arrived, they went straight to the edge of the trading area, walking towards an inconspicuous shop. The shop only had one floor, and the area was not big. The goods were very ordinary, and very few people would patronize it. These saints spread out from afar, and one of them walked towards the shop. There were no workers in the shop, only a middle-aged man who was dozing off. When he saw the saints enter, he ignored them. Casually glancing at the things here, the saint asked, "Are you Cheng Yi?" The middle-aged man who was dozing off had a drastic change in expression. Light flashed on his body, and he was about to use some kind of secret technique to escape. In the small shop, a saint realm aura came over. Sensing this aura, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "You're a saint, why are you looking for Cheng Yi?" The saint smiled coldly, and his powerful soul pierced into the other's mind. After a moment, the saint walked out, and the shop behind him had already closed its door. This kind of thing was not rare, so the others did not find it strange. The saints gathered again, and the previous saint said respectfully, "Sir, he's the only hidden guard here. Every time he receives news, he'll send it to Getten Planet." The one who was called Sir was a young man, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He nodded and said, "Let's go to Getten Planet." As he walked, he did not forget to say, "Mingyu, I'll leave it to you to search his soul." Beside the young man, a woman whose entire body was covered in a black robe gently nodded her head. This group of people was Xing Chen and the others from the nefarious star region. Their main goal this time was to quietly get rid of all the secret guards in the Chengde star region, so that they would not be able to report the news to their superiors, giving the nefarious star region some time to breathe. This time, Xing Chen would lead the other saints, and Mingyu would be responsible for searching his soul. This time, all the saints had set out, and even Virtue Stellar region didn't have any saints left behind to hold down the fort. As for Sin Stellar region, only Basai Kanghong was present there, and the others had come with Xing Chen. These hidden guards had formed their own group for many years, and they were used to living in the dark. In history, no one had ever tried to kill a hidden guard, so this time, Xing Chen and the others' secret operation caught them off guard. Almost no one could escape from a trap, not to mention that so many saints were mobilized together. It was a complete waste of talent, and it was very easy to get rid of these hidden guards. It took more than a month, and during this time, they shuttled from planet to planet. All the hidden guards were dealt with, and they even followed the clues to find the contact of the next starfield. Fortunately, the news was stopped here by a person called Hotwell, and it was not transmitted to the next starfield. After Ming Yu told him the contents of the soul search, Xing Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This matter has been resolved, and we will immediately go to Thunder City to meet up with Zi Chen." Just as Xing Chen and the others were moving, Jiao Tu, Zhen Tu, and the others had already arrived at the planet where Thunder City was located through multiple teleportations. Zi Chen, who had completely controlled the planet with his spiritual thoughts, immediately sensed the other party's presence, and he felt a threat from it. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the teleportation formation at the edge of Chengde Starfield lit up, and another 4 saints walked out. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The young man who walked out said respectfully, "Goddess, this way, I believe Zhen Tu is about to resolve the matter, and we can catch up to see that thing." "That thing really exists." A light voice came from the woman's mouth. "The news can't be wrong." Chapter 2231. A total of 19 saints came. In the perception of his spiritual sense, the previous wave of saints seemed to be very cautious as they moved forward. Almost all of them were surrounding a young man. Zi Chen guessed that this young man should be the main cause of this incident. His spiritual sense swept over him and felt that he was very extraordinary. The young man didn't notice Zi Chen's spiritual sense. After getting up, Zi Chen opened the door. Brilliant and the others had already heard the transmission and were waiting outside the room. "Let's go." With that, Zi Chen led the 4 saints of brilliant light and flew in the direction of the city gate. When Zi Chen arrived at the city wall, the guards of the Thunder Clan didn't notice anything unusual and looked curiously at the 5 people who suddenly appeared. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed and jumped down the city wall, followed by the 4 saints. They stopped at the place where the previous battle was. Zi Chen was in front and the 4 saints were behind him, waiting silently. In their line of sight, a black mass of figures finally appeared. Only then did the Thunder Clan cultivators on the city wall react. Their expressions changed greatly and they issued a warning. The Thunder Ancestor appeared on the city wall only 1 step behind Zi Chen. Unlike the relaxed expressions of the Thunder Clan cultivators, this time his expression was very dignified. The people who came made him feel some kind of threat. The powerful Zi Chen might be in trouble. Jiao Tu and Zhen Tu saw Zi Chen from afar. Seeing that the other party was already waiting there, a faint smile appeared on their faces and said, "It seems that you do have some skills. Unscathed in one battle, his battle strength is indeed strong." Beside Jiao Tu and Zhen Tu, the Vic brothers said proudly. They only knew about Zi Chen's battle results after the battle. They were naturally angry that the others didn't tell them the truth before, but they were more proud in their hearts. So what if the 7 of them were unscathed? Facing the combined attack of the 2 brothers, they didn't have the slightest temper. Don't be careless. The real expert in the team is not the leader, but the woman behind him. A saint from the Dense clan said. That woman? Although there was a distance between them, it did not affect the vision of the saints, so Jiao Tu and Zhen Tu saw brilliant at a glance. Like others, when they saw such a beauty, their eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman in the star path. Moreover, she was a powerful saint, which was even rarer. Standing next to brilliant, Zambu Howleen, who could also be considered a beauty, was slightly inferior. The strong stood at the back, while the weak stood like the leader. Jiao and Jintu were surprised by this arrangement. They were envious of the guy in the black robe who had two outstanding women by his side. The heavenly realm experts stopped at a distance, afraid that they would be affected by the energy waves. The saints, on the other hand, continued forward and stopped 300 meters away from Zichen. After stopping, the saints who followed Jiao and Juntu respectfully stood behind Jiao and Juntu without saying a word. Jiao and Juntu were sizing up the 5 saints in front of them. It was not until one of them sent a voice transmission that they reacted. They narrowed their eyes and looked at the saints behind them who did not take any action. There was no need to deliberately explain. Jiao and Juntu understood what these people meant. An imperceptible sneer flashed across the corner of their mouth. They said, "The previous quota still counts. Let's go up first and see how strong they are." After regaining the quota, these saints did not relax. Instead, they seemed very nervous. Jiao and Juntu said again, "If the enemy is really difficult to deal with, I will consider adding 1 or 2 quotas. Let's go first." When the Vic brothers heard this, their eyes immediately lit up and they rushed forward without hesitation. With the experience of fighting Zichen last time, the two of them obviously wanted to attack Zichen this time. After advancing 100 meters, the two of them began to form seals and used a joint attack technique. A joint attack technique. Interesting. Jiao and Juntu saw this scene and chuckled softly. They looked at Zichen. The power of this joint attack technique was not small. They wanted to know how the other party resisted it. Zichen rushed forward and accelerated. Like a beam of light, his power was like a falling meteorite. Heaven and earth shook as he crashed into Brother Vic. Brother Vic's figure began to distort. Like a phantom, he disappeared into thin air and reappeared in another direction. The seals in his hands did not decrease. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "It's useless. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than the rules." The energy around him had formed a storm. After his attack missed, Zichen turned around and attacked the younger brother. Swoosh! His attack passed through the younger brother's body. The latter's figure appeared out of thin air beside the elder brother. A storm appeared on the surface of his body. These two storms began to merge at a speed faster than the last time. With a rumbling sound, the ground began to sink, and sand and stones flew. After that, the merged storm twisted and rushed toward Zichen. Zichen attacked forcefully, but it was as if he had hit an illusory object. All the attacks passed through the body of the storm and were slowly dissolved. This kind of attack is useless against us. In the storm, the laughter of the Vic brothers came. The two of them worked together to control the storm and rushed toward Zichen. Zichen attacked and then dodged. His figure changed in midair. His attack was very strong, but unfortunately, it could not have any effect on the two. Looking at the field, Zichen, who was dodging again and again, was forced to escape in a sorry state. Jiao and Juntu first patiently watched for a while, but soon became impatient. They frowned and said, "This is the strong person you were talking about." These saints were also speechless. The attack power that the other party displayed last time was enough to make their hearts tremble. But this time, it seemed to be much weaker. Could it be a conspiracy? This guy is not to be feared. Send a few more people to test the others. Jiao and Juntu casually waved their hands and said lightly. Langdon and the others looked at each other. That master was a real strong person. More than a dozen people were not his opponent. How could they test him? In the end, they decided to send 3 people to test him. It was just to test him. If they saw that the situation was not good, they could retreat. The 3 of them rushed forward. This time, they did not deliberately avoid Zichen and rushed toward the brilliant light. When the 3 of them were the same point away from Zichen, they saw that Zichen, who was still dodging, suddenly accelerated. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he flashed to the side of the three of them. A kick in the air, followed by a chain kick, and then a hook kick. 3 loud bangs rang out, and 2 saints spat out blood and flew back the way they came. As for the third saint, his body fell to the ground. Having suddenly lost their opponents, Vic and Vic were both stunned in the storm. On the other side, Zichen's head was down as he headed towards the saint on the ground. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the saint's body. The saint's strong defense was instantly destroyed. The ground shook violently. The smoke and dust in the sky began to tumble. A mournful scream reverberated between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were quiet for a moment. Even the storm formed by the Vic brothers paused. Only the scream reverberated. Then, an angry roar sounded. The storm formed by the Vic brothers continued to rush towards Zichen. The 2 saints who were sent flying had palpitations on their faces. They were glad that they were the first to be attacked. If it was the last hook kick, they would definitely die. The other saints looked at each other. This situation did not happen last time. But thinking back, it seemed that they deliberately avoided Zichen last time. The battlefield in front became a chase again. Zichen still looked like he was no match for them. The scene of him killing a saint in an instant seemed to be an illusion. Interesting. Jiao and Juntu's face showed a hint of astonishment, but they did not lose their composure. They nodded and said, "He does have some skills. It seems that adding 2 more places is not a waste. Doesn't this guy still have the strength to kill people? Then all of you attack together and kill him first." 2 places made them happy, but Jiao and Juntu's words also made them fearful. They lost another person. If they rashly went up, it would only lead to more deaths. The most important thing now was to cooperate with the 5 people of the Jiao family and deal with the other party together. But looking at Jiao and Juntu, it seemed that they were not ready to make a move. Looking at the still indifferent crowd, Jiao and Juntu frowned slightly. "What, is there a problem? Sir, that woman is really strong. If we go up, we will only die faster," Langdon said helplessly. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if this lord came here purely to see how they were killed. "If that woman makes a move, I will stop her," Jiao and Juntu said lightly. When these saints heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief and all rushed towards Zichen. Some figures stopped in mid-air and began to form seals from afar. In this way, it was equivalent to 13 saints besieging Zichen. Jiao and Juntu quietly watched the battle. Zichen's figure disappeared again, and then appeared in front of a saint. That strange speed was shocking. After that, he kicked a saint in the air and sent him flying. His body flew backward with the other party, and then he punched the other party's chest. Boom! The surging energy vibrated, and the ribs in the saint's chest were all broken. At the same time, the powerful energy surged into the saint's body, forcibly destroying the saint's life force. Another saint had died. At this moment, Zichen's figure flashed again, dodging 2 attacks, and appeared beside another saint. He still used his physical body to attack. After the energy vibration, Zichen destroyed the enemy. During this time, those saints could not even touch the corner of his clothes. As for the Vic brothers, they were still roaring and chasing after Zichen, but their speed could not catch up to Zichen. Very quickly, 2 saints died. Jiao, Juntu, and the 4 saints beside him only felt surprised and surprised. Jiao and Juntu looked at Zichen, whose figure changed again, and said lightly, "Very strange speed. If it were you, would you be able to dodge it?" Chapter 2232. Boom. Torrential energy surged, and the third saint was blown away. His vitality was fading quickly. Zichen, who had become a saint, was much stronger than before. No matter if it was his speed or his power, they had all increased a lot. Now, he didn't even need to use the heavenly thunder wings to kill those ordinary saints easily. So what if they were saints? Among those of the same level, it seemed that Zichen had always been invincible and looked down on everyone. There were only 13 saints in total, and 3 of them had died in an instant. Those existences who had made hand seals finally displayed their powerful heavenly path techniques. Turned a lambda lambda, plus our attacks appeared one after another from all directions, with the power to burn down the sky and earth, flying towards Zichen. Zichen's body was changing. Mysterious energy spread out, and the attacks that were about to land on him paused a few meters away from him. During this pause, Zichen easily dodged these attacks. When the first wave of attacks landed, these attacks were unable to harm Zichen at all. In the distance, Jiao Zhen and the other four finally showed astonishment in their eyes. Jiao and Zhen praised sincerely, "Not to mention you guys, even I can't compete with this speed. If I'm not wrong, this should be the so-called extreme speed of the Thunder Clan. It's said to be the fastest speed in the entire world. It seems that only the extreme speed of the God Clan can compete with it." The other four nodded, showing their agreement. Jiao and Zhen continued, "This kind of intimidating existence is unique in this world. A life star can have such an expert. Once he grows up, he will be a big threat to some people." The other four nodded again, showing their agreement. Although they were from the Jiao family, they thought they were a little extraordinary, and they didn't need to put the saints here in their eyes. However, they had to admit that this group of saints was still a threat when they joined hands. Unless the four of them attacked together, they couldn't stop them alone. However, not only did they stop them, but they also killed many of them. While they were conversing, another saint had been killed, yet they were still discussing the matter and had no intention of helping at all. In the distance, the heavenly realms were in chaos as they watched their saints fall. In the air, the Vic brothers kept cursing as they chased after Zichen. Unfortunately, they were too slow, so they could only follow behind Zichen and watch as the other saints were killed. Dazzling and the rest looked at the scene expressionlessly, but the shock in their hearts was forcefully suppressed. On the distant city wall, cries of surprise could be heard from time to time. Zichen, who had become a saint, once again became the number one existence in the team. How tenacious. Looking at the saints who still refused to retreat, Jiao and Zhen laughed softly. Zichen, who was still preserving his strength, still couldn't understand the young man's true intentions. Although he had experienced many battles and had an extraordinary mind, he still couldn't figure out the young man's true intentions. It was clear that the other party was the person in charge of this matter. He looked very extraordinary, but why was he still watching the show and not choosing to step forward to help? It was as if these saints weren't rare resources at all, but existences like cats and dogs. So what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Could it be that the other party wanted to use this method to expel the heart demon like Dofhill? But what method did the other party use? Was it the method of a heavenly god? Zichen had many doubts in his heart. He didn't understand the other party's actions and methods, but he was sure that the other party didn't care about the lives of these saints. Since he didn't care, Zichen didn't care either. If one more saint died today, it would be one less threat to the Lifestar in the future. In the midst of the slaughter, the saints seemed to have seen this scene. They were frightened and started to retreat. Zichen was chasing after them and killing them. However, when he was about to reach the young man, he stopped and turned around to retreat. Out of the 14 saints, only 7 of them had survived, and this included the Vic brothers who were unwilling to accept this outcome. Zichen stood indifferently in the air. The ground beneath his feet was littered with the corpses of saints. Even though they were dead, they still made one's heart palpitate. The surviving saints were all scared out of their wits. Zichen's gaze naturally fell on Jiao and Zhen. His aura was still strong and steady, and he didn't say a word. "Not bad, you have some skills," Jiao and Zhen said to Zichen. "You can try," Zichen said lightly. He didn't say those threatening words because it was useless. Zichen couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. Moreover, the other party didn't attack all at once. Obviously, he was very confident in himself. "Now that you mention it, I really want to try." As soon as he said that, Jiao and Zhen rushed towards Zichen. Their speed was very fast, not much slower than Zichen's previous extreme speed. Seeing Jiao and Zhen fly out, the other 4 saints were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this sudden attack. Subconsciously, they wanted to follow. "You don't have to do anything," Jiao and Zhen's voice sounded. They had already arrived in front of Zichen and punched towards Zichen's face. Zichen raised his hand to block. Golden light swirled around his palm. The fist landed on his palm. Sensing the tyrannical power, Jiao and Zhentu's expression changed slightly. Without waiting for the power to come from his palm, he instantly retracted his fist and kicked towards Zichen. The wind whistled and the void was pierced through. Zichen took a step to the left and dodged Jiao and Zhentu's attack. Spinning in the air, Zichen kicked towards Jiao and Zhentu's back. At this moment, the two of them were using physical combat techniques. This technique didn't look gorgeous, but it was filled with great danger. The two of them fought faster and faster. During this period, you attacked and I dodged, you dodged and I chased. In the end, they were like two rays of light, constantly entangling back and forth. Wherever they passed, the space was completely shattered. Waves of powerful energy fluctuations scattered in all directions. A moment later, the two rays of light turned into two figures and separated. They stopped 100 meters away from each other. Zichen stood in midair and stared calmly at Jiao and Zhentu. His black robe fluttered without wind, and there was no injury on his body. Looking at Jiao and Zhentu, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. There were many footprints on the luxurious robe he wore. There were also a few places that had been torn. His red and swollen skin could be vaguely seen. The winner of this battle was obvious. Seeing that their young master was injured, the four saints all looked nervous. Their figures flashed and blocked in front of Jiao and Zhentu. They stared coldly at Zichen. "There's no need for you to." Jiao and Zhentu wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths. They were about to say something when they saw Zichen rushing towards them again. The four saints also rushed out. He naturally couldn't say what he wanted to say next. Zichen, who was rushing forward, was stopped by the four. Zichen turned into a golden light and flashed in front of the four of them. Peng, peng, peng. The sound of energy colliding rang out continuously. Zichen, who had turned into a golden light, forced his way forward. The four saints blocking his way were sent flying one after another. Damn it! Jiao and Zhentu couldn't help cursing when they saw how powerful Zichen was. They began to form hand seals. When Zichen broke through the four people and charged at him, a ball of light had already condensed in front of him. A clear rune was engraved in the ball of light, and a terrifying aura surged from the rune. The four saints were sent flying. Zichen came close. Jiao and Zhentu began to retreat. The rune in front of them rushed towards Zichen and exploded in midair. The terrifying energy scattered in all directions and was directly enveloped by Zichen. Half of the sky was destroyed by this energy and became a black hole. The four saints who were sent flying stabilized their bodies one after another and turned to look at the ball of energy that had exploded. In the short exchange, the four of them had suffered light injuries. The strength of the opponent was far beyond their expectations. Fortunately, they had taken the initiative to use a powerful move. They believed that even if the opponent didn't die, he would suffer unimaginable injuries after being hit by this move. Jiao and Zhentu were also very confident in their attack. Boom! In the midst of the scattered energy, there was suddenly a violent energy vibration. A figure wrapped in golden light rushed out from it. Lightning snakes swam on the surface of his body. His eyes were cold and emotionless, like a war god. What? Seeing Zichen rush out and his unscathed appearance, Jiao, Zhentu, and the four saints were all shocked and cried out involuntarily. After rushing out of the violent energy, Zichen didn't stop. He directly rushed towards Jiao and Zhentu, golden light shining from his fist. Facing this punch, Jiao and Zhentu's expression changed drastically. Their hands formed seals again, and a bright energy shield appeared in front of them, blocking Zichen's punch. Boom! The light from the fist fell, and the energy shield didn't even block it for a moment before it exploded. At the same time, the light from the fist moved forward and landed on Jiao and Zhentu's chest. The light from the fist landed squarely on the other's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Jiao and Zhentu's bodies flew backward in an instant, drawing a bloody line in the air. Young master, When the 4 saints saw this scene, they all cried out in unison. Their faces were all pale as they abandoned Zichen and flew towards Jiu and Zhentu, who were flying backwards. In the distance, the 7 surviving saints were also shocked by this scene. While they were shocked, they were also angry and resentful. "Didn't you say that we were trash? In the end, weren't you beaten like a dog yourself?" Because of the others' indifference, they were resentful in their hearts. They couldn't wait for this guy to be beaten to death by Zichen. Unfortunately, the other party's tenacity was far beyond their expectations. This blow only seriously injured him, but he didn't die. Zichen didn't follow up with another attack. His eyes coldly swept across the entire scene, and he said the first sentence after the battle, "Today, no one can leave." As if to verify this statement, many figures appeared behind those heavenly realms in the distance. They released powerful saint auras around them. Chapter 22:33. Many figures appeared in their line of sight. They were all saints, and there were more than 15 of them, almost 20 of them. They had never seen so many saints before, nor did they know them. From what Zichen had said earlier, it was obvious that they were here to support Zichen. Originally, they were already in a disadvantageous situation when facing Zichen. Now that so many saints had come, it would be even more difficult for them to resist and leave alive. However, it was still a bit exaggerated to say that no one could leave alive. Because there were still many heaven realm cultivators here, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. Even if these saints slaughtered them all, it was impossible to guarantee that they would kill everyone. The saint walking in front was a young man. He was holding a simple and unadorned small cauldron in his hand. As he walked forward, the small cauldron glowed, and the materialized light scattered in all directions. The scattered light landed on the ground and turned into figures. There were even saints among these figures. In addition to saints, there were also false saints, half-step saints, and heaven realm cultivators. The light was like silk threads that kept scattering in all directions. Then, more cultivators appeared. The number went from hundreds to thousands, and then to tens of thousands. It was densely packed. According to Zichen's instructions, Xing Chen had brought all the cultivators in Moon City. In addition, many experts from the Nephas starfield had also come. Dozens of saints and tens of thousands of heaven realm cultivators could indeed keep everyone here. The atmosphere became oppressive and silent. The faces of the 7 surviving saints turned pale, and the eyes of the heaven realm cultivators they brought were filled with fear and despair. Their purpose was to deal with a mere Thunder City. There was only one saint in Thunder City, and he had already been exhausted to death by them. However, who would have thought that there would be so many cultivators and experts coming to Thunder City's aid? Not to mention these people, even the Thunder Clan cultivators on top of the Thunder City were dumbfounded at this moment. There were so many saints and cultivators, and there were so many auras from life stars among them. They didn't even dare to think about it before. With so many experts appearing, the outcome seemed to be doomed. However, Zichen didn't feel relaxed at all because those people were too calm, especially the injured Jiu and Zhentu. There was no despair or fear on their faces. Jiu and Zhentu, who were helped up by the 4 saints, looked a little surprised. But that was all. The bad feeling in Zichen's heart grew stronger and stronger. On the city wall, the lightning ancestor, who had sensed the danger earlier, seemed to have guessed something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Interesting indeed. Fortunately, I was prepared before coming here. Otherwise, I would have really failed miserably this time. The surprise on his face vanished. Jiu and Zhentu smiled mockingly, talking regretfully. What a pity. It's rare for a life star to have a strong existence like you. Today, you have to die here. A vortex appeared in the void above him, and a powerful aura surged out from the vortex. The moment that aura appeared, the entire planet trembled. All the saints who sensed this aura felt an intense pressure in their hearts. They had never sensed this kind of aura before, but they could feel that this aura was powerful and oppressive, making them feel suffocated and tremble. In the face of this aura, many heaven realm cultivators could not even stand properly. They had the urge to prostrate and worship. What is this? Is this the aura of a great saint? As this aura wreaked havoc, the faces of all the cultivators present were filled with deep shock. Jiaotu and Juntu revealed a mocking smile as they stared at Zichen, who was equally shocked. This is a Saint King. There is a Saint King hiding in the dark. A look of shock flashed across the lightning ancestor's face. In his heyday, he naturally would not be afraid of a mere Saint King. He could kill him with a raise of his hand. But now, he was only left with a remnant soul, unable to fight anymore. Otherwise, he would not have let Lei Dong charge and break through the enemy lines. From the distorted space, a figure walked out. His figure was not very tall, but as he stood in the sky, he was like a pillar that supported the heavens. His figure was very imposing and tall. His whole body was glowing. The aura contained in the light was sacred and powerful, making people have the urge to prostrate and worship him. No one present had ever felt such a powerful aura. For a moment, they could not determine what level the expert who emitted this aura was at. Zichen was shocked, but he did not despair. His spiritual thoughts fell beside this expert, carefully perceiving the strength of this aura. It had to be said that this aura was very strong, but it was not strong enough to kill Zichen easily. At the very least, when carefully perceiving this aura, Zichen was still confident that he could block one or two moves from this expert. He was now barely a saint. If he could block a few moves from this expert, then this expert's realm could not be recognized as the strongest in the world. A great saint was not a great saint, but was much stronger than a saint, so this expert could only be a Saint King. But even a Saint King was enough to be a threat. Zichen could not help but curse in his heart. Didn't they say that there were almost no Saint Kings on this star path? How could a Saint King appear out of nowhere? As soon as this Saint King appeared, the expressions of all the cultivators present changed. The previously desperate cultivators now had a big change in mood. While they were shocked, they also showed joy on their faces. The same was true for the 7 saints. They, who were about to die, had forcibly taken a trip around the gates of hell and then walked back. How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Before you die, do you have any last words? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Juntu, from the Jiatu family. My full name is Jiatu Juntu. Jiatu Juntu looked at Zichen and laughed mockingly. But his self-introduction obviously could not scare Zichen. Even Zichen's face did not change at all, because he had never heard of the Jiatu family. At this moment, Zichen had his own considerations. He admitted that this existence in front of him was a big threat to him. However, he was a heaven-defying warrior from a life star. Moreover, he had a powerful sacred realm body, and he had some other tricks. He wasn't completely powerless to fight this man. Zichen, this is a saint ruler, a new saint ruler. At that moment, the lightning ancestor's voice rang out in Zichen's mind. This sentence was like a cardiac stimulant that struck Zichen's heart, dispelling the last bit of hesitation and worry in Zichen's heart. Saint Kings were very powerful, but those who had just become Saint Kings were not necessarily so. The shock on Zichen's face dissipated little by little. His eyes glowed with fighting spirit. Feeling the changes in Zichen, everyone was stunned and looked at Zichen in disbelief. Could it be that this saint wanted to battle with the Saint King? What right did he have? Saints against Saint Kings, what right did they have? In the next moment, reality told them why all of this was happening. Because they had more people. Just as Zichen's fighting spirit was rising, Brilliant, who had been at the back, lightly tapped his foot and came to Zichen's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zichen. At the same time, Xing Chen and Mingyu flew over from behind as well. No one dared to block their path, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that there was no point in blocking them. The battle would be decided by saint rulers. Xing Chen and Mingyu came to stand on the other side of Zichen. The black robe on Mingyu's body exploded, revealing her beautiful face that didn't belong to Brilliant. There was a hazy moonlight twinkling on her body, as if it was a gauze woven from moonlight. The 4 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and elegant with unique temperaments, while the women were beautiful like fairies. The 2 women stood on both sides. One of them was covered in golden light, representing the light. Her aura was scorching hot, while the other was covered in silver light, like a fairy under the moonlight. Her aura was calming. Looking at the four's actions, it was obvious that they were going to join forces to fight the Saint Kings. They still felt that it was unbelievable and didn't understand where their confidence came from. But on the city wall, the lightning ancestor saw this scene in front of him and felt very emotional. The four of them standing shoulder to shoulder actually represented another layer of meaning. It represented that after hundreds of thousands of years, the four royal clans had gathered again and united again, announcing the rise of the four royal clans. This meaning was very extraordinary, but the lightning ancestor also felt a little regretful. He murmured, "Thunder, that position was originally yours." There was silence, and the world was overshadowed. Only the 5 rays of light became the focus of attention. Among them, the light on Zi-Chen and the other 3 represented the sun, moon, star, and thunder. The 4 royal clans had gathered today. They were only saints, but facing the Saint Kings, and under the pressure of the Saint Kings, they didn't retreat a single step. Interesting. Jiao and Zhen chuckled. They crossed their arms and stood aside to watch the show. He had never seen a saint who could fight against a Saint King. Today was a good opportunity to see it. As for the safety of the Saint Kings, he didn't have to worry at all. If the Saint Kings died today, then everyone's death wouldn't be in vain. "Ch, you don't know what's good for you." The Saint King's cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. He stood in place and didn't rush forward. He just stretched out a finger and gently drew a line in the air. The air was split by his stroke, and a bright light moved forward in the split space, heading straight for Zi-Chen. This attack didn't seem fast in the eyes of the crowd. Every change could be seen clearly, but in fact, this attack was so fast that it made others feel like it was slow. Facing such an attack, Zi-Chen couldn't dodge at all. Or rather, he didn't have time to dodge at all. He could only do his best to hold up his arms and cross them in front of him. The light easily broke through the air and came in front of Zi-Chen, colliding with his shining arms. Peng! With a loud bang, the beam of energy shattered, and Zi-Chen's figure was sent flying. After that attack, the Saint King expressionlessly drew 3 more lines in front of him. 3 attacks were directed at Xing-Chen and the other 2. Bang! 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 Xing-Chen and the other 2 were also sent flying. Chapter 2234. The Holy King's attacks were naturally extraordinary. Just 4 strokes of his fingers were enough to send the 4 of them flying. However, they were only sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the extraordinary Zi-Chen or the seemingly weak Mingyu, they both blocked the Saint Ruler's attack and were not injured at all. How could this be? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Although they knew that the Holy King had not used his full strength, such an attack was definitely not something that mere saints could block. Even if they had blocked it, they should not have come out unscathed. Interesting. Jiao and Zhen faces revealed unexpected smiles. Zi-Chen, who had been sent flying hundreds of meters, steadied himself and walked forward step by step. Xing-Chen and the other 3 silently followed behind, but they kept a distance from Zi-Chen. Facing a saint, it seemed that they could only fight. There was no need to deliberately arrange what these people should do. Even if they did, it would be useless. The Holy King frowned when he saw the 4 of them walking over unscathed and hearing their cries of surprise. He once again drew a line with his finger. An even brighter and more powerful light cut through the space like a blade of light, slashing towards Zi-Chen. In everyone's eyes, this was an even slower attack. Zi-Chen still could not dodge it. This time, he did not even have time to defend. The light came in front of him and swept past his body. Whoosh! The space was split in 2. The light continued forward, tearing the space apart. Zi-Chen's body was split in 2, and the space that had been cut apart dissipated to the sides. Was he dead? Everyone looked at the scene in a daze, and they secretly exclaimed that a saint was indeed powerful. Peng! An energy explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw the Holy King's body suddenly fly backwards. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and 2 large white teeth could be seen in the blood. The Holy King's teeth were a kind of treasure. Once successfully refined, Although it could not be compared to a saint weapon, it was definitely not something that ordinary heavenly weapons could rival. However, at that moment, no one was thinking about that tooth. Or perhaps it would be better to say that they didn't have the heart to care about that tooth. Their gazes were all fixed on the place where the holy ruler had been standing earlier. There, Zichen's figure appeared. He had 10 wings on his back. His left foot was in front and his right foot was behind. His body was leaning forward, and his fist, which was emitting a golden light, was still in a punching position. Zichen, who had just been cut open by the light, turned into energy and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Zichen had arrived in front of Saint King and sent him flying with a single punch. What kind of speed is this? Jiutu Huangtu, who was watching the show, suddenly shrank back. His playful expression revealed a hint of shock. He had been watching the battle all this time, so he did not notice anything unusual. It was only when he heard the sound that he saw the Holy King fly backward and Zichen approach him. He had never seen or heard of this kind of speed before, so he was very shocked. If he had encountered Zichen, who had this kind of speed, he would not have been able to defeat him in a single exchange. While he was shocked, he was also very glad that the other party had held back. Otherwise, even if there was a holy ruler secretly protecting him, it would not have been possible to save him in time. Star Sword, fall. Just as everyone was shocked by Zichen's speed, a cold shout rang out between heaven and earth. In the sky, a star chart appeared. The light of Xingchen formed a heavenly sword and slashed towards the Holy King who had just been sent flying. Radiant light slash. The mark on the radiant light's hand also fell in an instant. A blinding golden light, with a powerful force, rushed towards the Holy King in front of it. Moonfall slash. Mingyu's figure leaped up high. Her palms were clasped together, and gentle and bright moon energy gathered in her hands. She exerted force with both hands and slashed towards the Holy King below. This ray of light slashed open the void. It was not inferior to the Holy King's attack from before. All of this happened in an instant. Just as the Holy King raised his finger, Xingchen and the other two did not care whether Zichen could block this attack or not. Instead, they chose to attack in this way. When Zichen sent the Holy King flying with a punch, the three's attacks followed. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, perhaps it was trust, or perhaps it was a good grasp of timing. The three's attacks all landed on the Holy King when he was careless and lost control of his body. Ha! Although he had lost control of his body and his front teeth had been lost due to carelessness, the Holy King's reaction was still very fast. He let out a cry that sounded a little breathless because of the loss of his front teeth. The Holy King raised his hand and took the initiative to attack upwards. Bang! Wherever the energy attack passed, Xingchen's heavenly sword, which was the first to fall, exploded. The terrifying force caused the Holy King's body to fall even faster. Boom! Boom! The energy shook again. The radiant light and Mingyu's attacks were also shattered. This was the Holy King. Even if he had lost the initiative, he still managed to turn the tables. The three's attacks could kill a saint instantly. But when faced with the Holy King who had lost control of his body, they still could not do anything to him. Other than making his body fall faster, they did not leave any injuries on his body. However, the fact that he had taken the initiative to attack still shocked everyone. Swoosh! Zichen's figure in the air disappeared again. He directly appeared beside the falling Holy King and viciously kicked him in the waist. This kick was not to stomp the Holy King harder, but to kick him into the air again. There were not many opportunities to take advantage of a Holy King's carelessness in a battle. So after seizing the advantage, one had to make the most of it. Zichen's kick carried great power. If the Holy King had been kicked, a few ribs would have broken in the back of his waist. But the Holy King's reaction was very fast. He forcefully twisted his body in a state of losing control and struck down with his palm, colliding with Zichen's kick. Peng! Using this great force, the Holy King's body soared into the air. As he soared, he also readjusted his center of gravity. The thunder wings on his back flapped together. Zichen arrived in front of the Holy King at a speed faster than the Holy King. He raised his hand and struck. This strike was full of power. The Holy King, who had almost steadied himself, struck out with his palm again. He wanted to use this force to completely stabilize his previous disadvantage. Zichen, who had struck at the front, suddenly disappeared in front of the Holy King and appeared beside him. With a force that was not very heavy but very fast, he struck the Holy King's body. In the eyes of the crowd, this attack did not seem strong, and its power was much weaker than before. It was only equivalent to giving the Saint King a light push. However, the Saint King, who had remained calm despite facing such a powerful attack, now staggered and became completely unstable. But this was only the beginning. Zichen used his extreme speed to appear in all directions of the Holy King. Then, he struck out with relatively weak attacks, causing the Holy King's body to sway left and right. It was as if he had drunk too much and was walking with light feet. Zichen's attacks fell on the Holy King's body like raindrops. Every strike was not strong, but there were many of them. The attacks were very frequent, causing the Holy King to have no time to dodge or block Zichen's attacks. Zichen did not give the Holy King a chance to meet force with force. His attacks were always unexpected. Xing Chen and the other two stopped in the distance. In the current situation, it was not appropriate for them to attack. They could only hope that Zichen would use this method to completely destroy the Holy King. The spectators were very shocked. They had thought that Zichen and the others were overestimating themselves by challenging the Holy King. But who would have thought that they would be the ones to take the initiative when the battle had just begun? And after the Holy King's carelessness, he had lost the initiative. This is the ancient race's fighting technique. I didn't expect it to be so powerful when combined with extreme speed. On the city wall, the lightning ancestor was very surprised when he saw this scene. However, the worry between his brows did not disappear. Although he could easily kill the Holy King at his peak, he knew how powerful the Holy King was. It was obviously not possible to kill the Holy King with such an attack. Bang! 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 The sound of attacks rang out continuously, accompanied by the Holy King's angry roars. However, as the battle continued, Zichen realized that his energy was being depleted too quickly. The effect on the enemy was not as strong as he had imagined. Moreover, under the constant attacks, the Holy King gradually felt like he was regaining his balance. Once that happened, the advantage he had before would completely disappear. Boom! Seeing that the situation was getting more and more out of control, Zichen had no choice but to give up this attack method. He forcefully kicked the Holy King's body. Accompanied by the sound of a few ribs breaking, the Holy King's glowing body slammed into the ground. Xing Chen and the others seized the opportunity. Attacks after attacks fell from the sky, landing where the Holy King had fallen. This caused the originally dust-filled sky to be filled with sand and stones again. Larger and deeper craters appeared on the ground. The surroundings became quiet again. Everyone stared blankly at the deep, dust-filled crater. The powerful Holy King was actually being beaten up by Zichen just like that. Zichen stood in the air, his expression very solemn. The advantage he had before was completely gone. The next battle would be the real battle between him and the Holy King. He believed that the other party would not be careless again. Xing Chen and the others stood in other places and spread out. The star chart appeared in the sky, each star emitting a bright light. Peng! A violent tremor came from the ground. The smoke and dust in the air suddenly began to roll. A terrifying energy wave emerged from it. The Holy King turned into a beam of light and rushed out, charging directly at Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed and dodged the attack. However, the Holy King was even faster. He forcefully turned in midair and punched at Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen's figure kept changing in the air. His posture was elegant and he displayed his maximum speed to the extreme. Wherever the Holy King passed, there was a rumbling sound. Relying on the power of the Holy King, he forcefully changed his direction and chased after Zichen. The Holy King used his own strength to forcefully widen the gap between the two of them. When Xing Chen and the others saw this, they knew that it was time for them to go all out. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden light flashed. Zichen, who was dodging, suddenly unsheathed his sword. Chapter 2235. The sword drawing technique was one of Zi Chen's strongest trump cards. All these years, Zi Chen would only use this move at the last moment. But today, facing the Saint King, there could be a life and death crisis at any time. Zi Chen naturally couldn't care less about hiding his strength. The sword light like a waterfall appeared suddenly. Even though the Saint King was extremely vigilant against Zi Chen, he was still suddenly hit. Poof! The sharp sword light broke through the energy light on the surface of the Saint King's body and cut into his body. But the invincible sword light stopped after a few centimeters into the flesh. Zi Chen was sent flying by the blow. The long sword that had already been sheathed almost slipped out of his hand. He retreated again and again. His face was flushed, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood. A 7-star pattern appeared in the sky. The 7 stars connected together, forming the 7-star seal. An ancient and vicissitude aura descended from the sky. 7 solid energy starlight went straight for the Saint King. This was the powerful 7-star seal, an ancient spell of the Star Clan. The Holy King raised his head and looked at the 7-star seal. A disdainful smile flashed across his face. He punched out and landed on the 7-star seal. With a loud bang, the 7-star seal shattered. Xing Chen, heavenly sword, fall. The cold voice sounded again. After the 7-star seal collapsed, another heavenly sword appeared in the sky. The heavenly sword fell from the sky. When Xing Chen attacked, the radiant in another direction was filled with dazzling light. The light was filled with a divine aura. It was like a golden sun hanging high in the sky. The radiant raised her hands to the sky. The saint power in her body gathered above. The dazzling light seemed to form another sun. From afar, the radiant seemed to be holding a sun. With a shout, she threw the sun at the Saint King. Where the sun passed, the space distorted violently. It carried a powerful destructive force. Such an attack was extremely powerful. All the saints were shocked, including the 4 from the Jiatu clan. If they were hit by such an attack, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, if he were to rely on such an attack to fight a saint, it would not be enough. The Saint King stood in the air, and with a wave of his hand, the heavenly sword exploded. His figure rushed forward, and with a stomp of his foot, the sun shattered in front of him, turning into boundless energy that scattered in all directions. Moonfall. A hazy voice rang out from a higher place. Ming Yu was holding an energy holy sword in her hand. Her entire body was shining with the holy light of the moon. A full moon hung high in the sky. She looked like a fairy who had walked out from the moon. She thrust her sword forward. With his 2 attacks broken, Xing Chen gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The Xing Chen battle armor appeared on his body and a Xing Chen spear appeared in his hand. Spear light flashed as the long spear pierced forward. Brilliant light also transformed into a beam of light and rushed toward the Holy King. Perhaps there was a large gap between the 3 of them and the Saint King in terms of energy attacks, but in terms of physical strength, the Saint King was still some distance away from them. The aura around the Saint King surged, and his eyes became colder and colder. These saints indeed gave him a feeling that they were difficult to deal with. As energy surged, he broke Ming Yu's attack and punched at her. The holy light of the moon formed a shield of light in front of Ming Yu. With a bang, the shield of light shattered. Ming Yu raised her hand to block the Saint King's powerful attack. Ming Yu began to retreat in the powerful shockwave. Xing Chen's spear was kicked away by the Saint King, and it flew out of his hand. Xing Chen, who had abandoned his spear, formed a sword with 2 fingers, and a beam of starlight sword chi shot out, heading straight for the Saint King's eyes. Brilliant light appeared on the other side of the Saint King in time, and a powerful attack was sent toward the Saint King. Facing the pincer attack of the 2, the Saint King's body spun in the air. Between his hands, beams of sword chi shot out in all directions, and powerful energy spread out, forcing the 2 to retreat. Zi Chen, who had been looking for an opportunity, used his extreme speed to appear behind the Saint King, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Go to hell!" The Saint King shouted coldly, and his spinning body flew directly toward Zi Chen. Beams of sword chi pierced through Zi Chen's body at an unimaginable speed, turning him into a sieve in an instant. Swoosh! The bright light appeared again, but this time it came from behind the Saint King. The real Chen was there, and he unsheathed his sword again. When the Saint King attacked, he had been wary of Chen, but he did not expect to be hit by Chen again. After losing the initiative, the Saint King was almost unable to dodge this attack. His energy defense was broken again, and the light of the sword cut into his body. This was the second wound on the Saint King's body. Everyone around was silent, and they were shocked speechless. To be able to hurt the Saint King twice, even if he was killed, Chen could be proud. Go to hell! The Saint King roared and rushed toward Chen. Chen did not retreat, and he rushed toward the Saint King. Boom! Surging energy surged, and Chen retreated. Xing Chen, the brilliant light, and Mingyu rushed over, turning into 3 beams of light, and attacked the Saint King. For a moment, 4 beams of light kept entangling in the sky, and then Chen joined in. 4 saints joined forces to fight a Saint King, but they did not show any signs of defeat. It had to be said that such a scene was unbelievable. Amazing, all 4 of them have saint-level bodies. Amazing. Jiatu and Juntu, who had been watching the show, showed unconcealable shock on their faces. He came from the Jiatu family, which was the overlord force of the entire star path. There was no force stronger than this family on the star path, and there were too many resources in the family, but even so, he had not condensed a saint-level body. Not to mention him, even in the entire Jiatu family, how many saint-level bodies did they have? This was another great opportunity that would make others envious among the saints. Even the Saint Kings were envious. It was worth mentioning that the Saint King from the Jiatu clan did not have a saint-level physical body despite his amazing talent. But these 4 did, and all of them did. What a pity, although they are all saints, their realms still need to grow. Once they reach the peak, what can a Saint King do? Looking at the battle, the lightning ancestor shook his head, his expression somewhat regretful. These 4 people all had extraordinary backgrounds, and were definitely the top battle forces of the Life Star. The significance they represented was almost no less than the ancestors of the 4 king families. If they were given more time, they would definitely shock the whole world. Bang! Bang! Energy vibrations kept coming, and the battle was in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Previously, everyone thought that these 4 people did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and would definitely die, but the current situation shocked them to the point of speechlessness. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, and Chen flew out. Xing Chen and the other 2 were still fighting, while Chen stood in the distance, light flowing on his body. Attentive cultivators quickly discovered that in addition to the golden light on Chen's body, there was an additional silver light. The silver light did not come from his wings, but from Chen's body. The silver light quickly became blazing, squeezing out the golden light and occupying half of Chen's body. Chen's body was half golden and half silver, and his eyes were also alternating with gold and silver light. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, 2 balls of energy appeared in his left and right palms. This was the energy of Saint Light, and it was the first time Chen had used these 2 kinds of energy after breaking through to the saint level. This is Wuji's yin and yang energy. Good fellow, he actually managed to achieve the level of dual energy in one body. The lightning ancestor looked shocked when he saw this scene. In his eyes, Wuji was a junior with a lot of potential. They were very clear about Wuji's experiment back then, but no matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for that experiment to succeed. He was also one of the people who tried to persuade Wuji to give up. But Chen had succeeded. This was a very unbelievable thing. But soon, the lightning ancestor guessed the reason for Chen's success. It must be the pearl from the lightning divine palace. The 2 saint powers slowly approached each other and began to repel each other, forming a powerful wave. Under the impact of this wave, blood flowed from the corner of Chen's mouth. His powerful physical strength was not enough to withstand the repel of these 2 kinds of saint powers. A unique destructive aura filled the world, causing many cultivators' expressions to change. Is he crazy? He actually wants to forcefully fuse these 2 kinds of energy. Jiao and Jintu's expressions changed drastically. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the attack, there was a hint of fear in their eyes, and they began to retreat. This was their perception of danger. They believed that no one at the same level could survive the explosion of these two kinds of energy. The other saints also kept retreating, looking very frightened. The Saint King sensed the abnormality, but at this moment, Xing Chen and the other two increased their attacks. Even if they were injured, they wanted to stop him and not let him reach Zi Chen. The yin and yang energies began to fuse, creating more waves. Zi Chen's body swayed between heaven and earth, and more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This kind of attack was too harmful to the body. Now, with the strength of Zi Chen's physical body, he could only use it once. With Zi Chen as the center, the destructive energy waves continued to spread. The cultivators watching the battle below all ran far away. "Madman, this is a madman." Jiao Tu and Zhen Tu cried out involuntarily, running faster and faster. Zi Chen began to cough up blood. The two kinds of energy began to fuse, and then kept twisting. Under the perfect control of Zi Chen's saint-level spiritual thoughts, it changed forcibly, and finally turned into a thunder lotus. The moment the yin-yang thunder lotus formed, the world around Zi Chen began to twist wildly. The void kept trembling, as if it felt some kind of fear. Retreat. Xing Chen and the other two were also frightened. They ignored the Saint King and turned to run. Their speed was definitely the fastest in their lives. The qi in the yin-yang thunder lotus locked onto the Saint King, making it impossible for him to escape. The yin-yang thunder lotus left Zi Chen's hand and came in front of the Saint King at a slow but very fast speed. The Saint King saw the yin-yang thunder lotus and his expression changed drastically. He put up all his defenses. Boom! The yin-yang thunder lotus exploded. Chapter 2236. The yin-yang thunder lotus exploded in an instant. The yin-yang energy contained within was completely berserk, forming an indiscriminate attack that began to spread. The Saint King, who was targeted by the aura, was the first to bear the brunt of the yin-yang energy. At the same time, the energy continued to spread, dispersing in all directions. Its second target was Zi Chen. Run! Zi Chen's eyes were also filled with horror. The terror of the yin-yang thunder lotus was beyond his imagination. Just now, his perfect spiritual sense had actually felt like it was out of control. The yin-yang thunder lotus had exploded half a breath earlier than he had expected. Now that he saw the energy spreading in all directions, he turned and ran without saying anything. He was also moving at a speed that he had never seen before in his life. It was as if he was teleporting, his figure constantly disappearing. But every time his figure disappeared, Zi Chen would cough up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood emitted a golden light, like a falling gem. After disappearing 3 times like this, Zi Chen finally retreated far away after coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. That damned guy. Jiao Tu and Zhen Tu, who had run far away, were still cursing. This energy was really too strong. It might really be able to kill a Saint King. That was a Saint King, a powerful Saint King. He could ignore the other saints in this starfield, but he had to care about the Saint King of the Jiao Tu family, and even more so about the Saint King. If the Saint King was killed today, even if he could return alive, even if he was a direct descendant of the family, he would still suffer. Don't die. He was confident, but after seeing that violent energy, his confidence was completely gone. He could only pray silently in his heart. Beside him, the expressions of the 4 saints were also very ugly. The situation was completely out of their expectations. The Vic brothers, who were still very unconvinced of Zi Chen's strength, had already lost all color on their faces at this moment. The powerful strength that Zi Chen had displayed was more than enough to kill the 2 of them. Everyone retreated far away. Fortunately, the city was quite far from the battlefield. After a large area of space was completely destroyed, the energy also stopped expanding under the constant suction of the spatial turbulence in the void and began to dissipate. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the faint sounds of explosions could be heard from the constant surging of energy. Because it was the aftermath, the sounds were not very loud. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the center of the wild and violent energy in the sky. Their originally confident expressions had become extremely anxious at this moment. That sage king couldn't have been killed by Zichen's yin-yang lightning lotus, right? If he really died, then Zichen's name would spread throughout the entire star path. A saint killing a saint king, this would be the first time. The people on both sides were very nervous at this moment. Almost all of them were silently praying in their hearts. It was just that one side hoped that the Saint King would be completely dead, while the other side hoped that the Saint King would not die. Amidst the conflicting prayers, another wave of energy spread out from the dissipating energy. It was the aura of a Saint King. Sensing this fluctuation, the cultivators on the Saint Ruler's side cheered loudly. Being able to sense the fluctuations proved that the Saint King was still alive. Phew! The nervous Jiao and Zhen also heaved a huge sigh of relief. As long as the Saint King was still alive, they would be able to win this battle. There should not be any more accidents after this. The cultivators on Zichen's side were disappointed. At the same time, they were secretly cursing the Saint King's life. Why was he still alive? How can a Saint King be killed so easily? The lightning ancestor was not surprised at all by this scene. Although the Saint King could not possibly die, he definitely would not feel good either. Sure enough, as the last bit of energy surged, the Saint King's figure appeared. After he came out, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Originally, his body was shining brightly and his aura was threatening. However, at this moment, the Saint King was in a very sorry state. There were many big holes in his robe, and many parts of his exposed skin were charred black. There was even black smoke coming out from the top of his head after being struck by lightning. Although he was not dead, his injuries were very serious. He had suffered a big blow this time. However, there was no shock in his eyes. Instead, there was more annoyance. If he had known that this guy had so many tricks up his sleeve, he would not have held back. He would not have underestimated his opponent. He would have used his most powerful means to destroy his opponent. However, who would have thought that a mere saint could force a powerful Saint King like him into such a situation? Go to hell. In the distance, Zichen was also very annoyed when he saw that the Saint King was still alive. However, after sensing that the other party was seriously injured, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He decisively rushed forward, trying to completely destroy the other party in one go. The enemy was too strong. They could not give the other party any time to breathe. Xing Chen and the other two clearly understood this principle. They reacted as quickly as Zichen and rushed forward. Looking at the aggressive and murderous four people, the surrounding people exclaimed again. Could a severely injured Saint King deal with four saints with saint-level physical bodies? Jiao and Zhen, who were very worried before, were completely relieved when they saw that the Saint King was still alive. As long as the Saint King was still alive, as long as he was still breathing, then no one could kill him. As for these four people, perhaps they were really extraordinary, but they still had to die today. Sure enough, the four people who had just rushed forward changed their expressions in the next moment. Then, without any explanation, they turned around and rushed in the opposite direction. It was as if the severely injured Saint King had become a great saint in an instant, possessing the power to easily kill them. Naturally, a Saint King would not become a great saint. The aura of the two was completely different. However, the fear of Zichen and the other three was not meaningless. A long saber appeared in the hand of the vexed Saint King. The moment the long saber appeared, a strong aura spread out. It was precisely because the four of them sensed this extremely powerful aura that they turned and ran. Because the long saber was a saint weapon. It was a rare weapon in the world. It was the most powerful weapon in the world. Even the saints in the aristocratic families did not have one. Even the Saint Kings dared not say that each of them had one. Saint weapons were like great saints. They were rare existences in the world. On the Life Star, a shield was a saint weapon. It was known as the strongest defense in the world. The Battle King sword was a saint weapon. It easily killed a Saint King and more than 10 saints. Zichen had not seen a saint weapon since he came to this world. Not to mention him, how many people present had seen a real saint weapon? Once a saint weapon was out, who could fight against it? The four people decisively retreated. This was the wisest choice. Otherwise, what awaited them would be death. This was also the source of Jiao and Zhentu's confidence. With a saint weapon in hand, who could kill a saint king? It was over. Everything should be over. The four people quickly gathered together. Their eyes were full of shock. If they did not have a saint weapon, they were confident that they could kill this saint king. Unfortunately, there were no IFs. The other party did have a saint weapon. The saint king turned around with his saber and looked at Zichen and the other three. At this moment, no one paid attention to the other party's sorry state or the severity of their injuries. Everyone's eyes fell on the saint weapon. Perhaps in this lifetime, they would only see a saint weapon once. The rarity of this item was even greater than that of a saint king. The saint king's sorry state once again became imposing and tall. The feeling of invincibility from before once again filled his heart. The corners of the saint king's mouth curled up slightly. He clenched the saint weapon in his hand and slashed forward. The saber light appeared. The void was split into two, becoming a crack that could not be healed. The saber light moved forward as if it was going to split the entire planet. The Saint King's slash was very casual, but it contained too much chi. The four people felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They could barely move. As for running away, it was even more unrealistic. Facing this slash, running away would only lead to faster death. Fortunately, Zichen did not plan to run away. His expression became cold, ferocious, and crazy. Everything that happened today was completely out of his expectations. He felt the threat of death, but it was obviously impossible to kill Zichen just like that. Zichen had to resist and fight. A white bead appeared in his hand. He held the bead in his hand and the energy in his body surged wildly into the bead. This should be the thing that Zichen had the best chance of blocking this attack so far. This was because it was once a saint weapon, and it was the most important part of it. Lightning flashed and the bead trembled, forming a barrier in front of them. At this moment of life and death, Zichen did not need to deliberately instruct the other three people. They knew what to do. The three people's bodies glowed, and they took a step forward with difficulty. Their bodies leaned forward and their palms landed on Zichen's palm. Immediately after, the energy in their bodies flowed through Zichen's palm and gathered toward the white bead. For a moment, the white bead radiated light in all directions. The light of four different energies changed. These four energies were the combined energy of the four royal clans. The barrier became larger and more dazzling. The saber light moved forward and landed on it. The surrounding space was cut open. Heaven and earth were completely separated. Wherever the powerful saber light passed, everything was cut in two. However, when the saber light landed on the barrier, it stopped. The core of the shield, driven by the full power of the four people, blocked the saber light. The four people retreated in the air. The saber light continued to move forward and destroy, but it was unable to cut open the barrier. At the same time, the power of the saber light continued to dissipate until it completely disappeared. It had actually blocked it. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Xing Chen and the other two people removed their hands, and their faces turned pale. Although they had blocked the attack of a saint weapon, they had consumed too much of their energy. After all, it was not a complete shield. Although it was extraordinary, it still required others to control it. This bead is not bad. I want it. Let's see how many more saber strikes you can block. The saint ruler laughed coldly, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Zichen and the other three people had exhausted a great deal of energy to block the saber light. However, it was very easy for the saint ruler to slash out with the saber light. Sooner or later, the four of them would die. You can't take this treasure away. You are not qualified to take it. Just when everyone thought that Zichen and the others were dead for sure, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 22:37. This voice was very cold, and his words were firm. He seemed to be very confident. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned towards the source of the voice. It was the city wall of Thunder City, and the one who spoke was a middle-aged man standing on the wall. His expression was cold, and his face was dignified. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his robes fluttered without any wind. He was an expert, a true expert in the world, the famous lightning ancestor. Unfortunately, not many people knew him and didn't know his background. The lightning ancestor slowly rose into the air, and his aura was naturally released. This aura was very powerful, far beyond that of a saint king. As an existence who could kill a saint king with a flick of his finger, even if he was only a remnant soul today, he still had extraordinary means. The huge spatial vortex that originally enveloped the entire Thunder City began to move out of the city as the lightning ancestor rose into the air. A storm blew over the entire planet. This storm was very terrifying and powerful. The heavenly realm experts in the storm began to become unstable and retreated again and again. The Saint King with the sword turned to look at the lightning ancestor. He also didn't know him, but he could sense his strength, and his expression became serious. Jiaotu and Juntu were so depressed that they wanted to curse. Wasn't he just killing a person and stealing a treasure? Why did he have to go through so many twists and turns? What was going on? Moreover, looking at the scene in front of them, it seemed that they were at a disadvantage again. Young master. Beside him, a saint called out softly. Jiaotu and Juntu turned to see the saint's pleading expression and slowly shook their heads. He wouldn't run. No matter what, he wouldn't run. Today, he had to kill and steal the treasure. And he wasn't stupid. He could see that the guy standing on the city wall far away wasn't a real human at all. At most, he was a spirit. At the moment, he looked powerful, but he believed that he couldn't hold on for long. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to fight and kill each other earlier. Hearing the lightning ancestor's voice, Chen and the other three turned back. After seeing the moving spatial vortex, they were shocked, but soon filled with surprise. With the lightning ancestor's attack, this guy had an 80% chance of being killed. Once the Saint King was killed, then the following saints were no longer a threat. Even if they had saint weapons, Chen was confident that he could kill all of them. Today, he would kill the Saint King and steal the saint weapon. Retreat. The four of them began to retreat. In the process of retreating, Chen's body surged with a powerful aura of life. He was making use of this time to heal his injuries. The vortex passed over their heads, and the pressure it produced was very strong. It was suffocating, but it was not dangerous. This did not mean that the vortex was not strong. On the contrary, it was very strong. The reason why Chen and the others did not sense any danger was because the lightning ancestor had full control over the vortex. He could clearly distinguish between friend and foe. For example, the saint ruler was stern right now. He seemed to be facing a great enemy. He could sense a thick sense of danger from the whirlpool as well as a powerful presence. Relying on his saint weapon, he was confident that he could escape from the pressure of this aura. However, without him to resist this aura, those people in the distance would have to face it head-on. He didn't care about the heavenly realms and the saints in this starfield, but he had to care about Jiaotu, Juntu, and the other four saints. The lightning ancestor, who had not stepped out of the city for many years, stepped out today and stood below the vortex. He still stood with his hands behind his back. Lightning flashed on his body, and his robe fluttered in the lightning. He did not show any powerful attacks to the shocked people. He only looked at the Saint King with his hands behind his back and said, "Thunderclap Ninth Heaven." The Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was a heavenly path spell of the Thunder Clan. Chen was very familiar with it. He had seen it a long time ago. This was one of the few powerful spells of the Thunder Clan. Now that the lightning ancestor had used it, Chen's face was full of anticipation. Thunder rumbled in the vortex. A vast and powerful aura descended from the sky. Faintly, a terrifying spiritual sense swept across the ground. Then, lightning appeared from the vortex. It was no longer lightning in the purest sense. At this moment, it looked more like a real lightning dragon. It was majestic and vast, and its eyes were emotionless. After it poked its head out of the vortex, its cold dragon eyes locked onto the Saint King. Then, the lightning dragon appeared from the vortex. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and its aura was vast. It rushed toward the Saint King. The Saint King, who was facing a great enemy, saw the lightning dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He roared and slashed at the lightning dragon with both hands. This blade light split the sky and the earth, and went straight for the lightning dragon. Swoosh! In the face of this blade, the powerful lightning dragon only opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the blade light. However, the blade light swept through the lightning dragon's body, and along with the sky and the earth, it split the lightning dragon into two. The insufferably powerful thunder dragon was slashed apart by the saber just like that and dissipated into the horizon. Seeing this scene, the very nervous people also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves, that's all there is to it. The lightning ancestor's expression did not change. He still stood with his hands behind his back. As the lightning dragon dissipated, the powerful saber also dissipated. The whirlpool in the sky suddenly became brighter, and the light became even more dazzling. In the next moment, a tall door emitting the light of lightning appeared in the pitch-black whirlpool. That's the gate of the ninth heaven. The instant he saw the door, Zichen's face, which was filled with anticipation, revealed a shocked expression. He had obtained the true lightning origin inheritance and was very familiar with the lightning clan's techniques. Although he had not yet comprehended to the peak, he knew very well what the peak of the thunderclap ninth heaven looked like. The thunderclap ninth heaven was not like the thunderclap, where 9 lightning dragons were summoned from the sky. It was called the thunderclap ninth heaven. The true thunderclap ninth heaven was to open the legendary gate of the ninth heaven and release the powerful lightning beasts sealed in the gate of the ninth heaven. The stronger one was, the more powerful the lightning beasts they summoned would be. For the lightning ancestor to summon the true form of the lightning dragon at the first level, it meant that his understanding of the technique had deepened, and his battle strength had increased. If the lightning ancestor was not in a poor state and was only a remnant soul, it was believed that the lightning dragon that rushed out of the door would have seriously injured or even killed the Holy King. At this moment, the second door opened, and an even more vast aura appeared from the vortex. This time, everyone could clearly feel that an even stronger spiritual sense swept across the land, and then another dragon head poked out. Compared to the lightning dragon just now, this dragon head was pitifully small. It was like a mini dragon, but it was full of spirit. Its eyes were constantly moving, and it gave people a feeling that it was very cute and cute. But when it saw the Saint King below, that feeling disappeared. A brutal light flowed out of its eyes, completely revealing itself from within. This was not a lightning dragon, but a lightning beast with a dragon head. No one could call out its name. It was a strange lightning beast. This lightning beast was only 10 meters long, much smaller than the lightning dragon just now. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward the Holy King. Perhaps because of its small size, it was faster. Slash! The Holy King shouted again and slashed out with the saint sword in his hand. The blade light was stronger and bigger than before, hundreds of times stronger than the lightning beast. Facing this attack, the lightning beast also opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the attack. The people in the distance could not help but laugh. The lightning beast's mouth was so small that it could not even reach the edge of the blade light. It was like a person opening his mouth to a mountain, and it looked more like he was yawning instead of swallowing a mountain. But in the next moment, the smiles on those cultivators' faces all froze. The powerful saber light, which defied the heavens, actually shrank rapidly in the air. By the time it reached the lightning beast, it had become mini, and then it was swallowed by the lightning beast. As if it felt that it was a rare delicacy, the lightning beast even smacked its mouth twice. Under everyone's shocked expression, it rushed toward the Holy King, who had changed from slashing to defending, and looked shocked. Boom! After all, this lightning beast was a body of energy. After hitting the saint's sword, it exploded, and the boundless power of lightning instantly drowned the Holy King. Thunder roared. The Holy King was still raging in the lightning when another portal appeared in the vortex in the sky. This portal was even brighter and more dazzling than before. This was the portal of the third day. As it opened, the terrifying existence sealed within was released. This was no longer a dragon-shaped creature. Instead, it was a strange lightning beast with a horn. Its eyes were filled with brutality and bloodlust. Its head was as large as a house, and it struggled to squeeze through the door. Its eyes seemed to pierce through the violent lightning and landed on the Saint King. This attack was obviously stronger and more terrifying. The Holy King, who had not escaped the lightning from before, was probably in danger this time. However, just as everyone thought that this powerful lightning beast would rush down in the next moment, they saw a strong look of unwillingness in the lightning beast's eyes. It roared angrily at the sky, and a bolt of lightning appeared from its mouth, heading toward the Holy King, who was still covered in lightning. The moment the lightning fell, the portal in the sky disappeared, and the lightning beast disappeared as well. The distorted space returned to normal. This attack was obviously not complete. Zichen turned his head to look at the lightning ancestor and found that his figure had become very blurry. It moved with the wind and could dissipate at any time. Zichen knew that this was because the lightning ancestor's remaining spiritual power was not enough to support a third attack. His figure flashed and rushed forward. Xingchen and the other two followed closely behind. The lightning ancestor had done enough. It was time for them to act. The Holy King had just rushed out of the violent energy and was still coughing up blood when he encountered the terrifying lightning that the lightning beast in the portal of the third day spat out. Boom! He was hit by the lightning, and the power of lightning raged violently. A painful cry was heard. Zichen stood in front of the lightning ancestor, staring at the place where the lightning exploded. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2238. The Holy King's screams were very clear, and he seemed to be in great pain. Zichen and the other three were glaring at him from the side. When Jiao and Zhen saw this scene, they suddenly made up their minds and rushed forward. The other four did not hesitate to follow. The Holy King was related to their life and death, and they could not be harmed. As for the 7 saints from before, they were very hesitant at this moment. Zichen and the other three had shown the strength to kill a Holy King, and they did not want to die in vain. Those who survive this battle are qualified to get a quota, and the Jiatu clan will also remember each of your kindness. Jiao and Zhen voice transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of the 7 saints. The 7 of them no longer hesitated and decided to take action. This was not only because of the great reward, but also because of the Jiatu clan. If they did not take action today, not to mention the quota and kindness, they might have to bear the wrath of the Jiatu clan in the future. Let's go deal with the strongest one. The Vic brothers did not have any forces, and were only independent cultivators. They would not care so much. The 2 of them laughed and began to form seals, and obviously chose Zichen. The strength that Zichen had shown earlier was strong enough to kill the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were confident that they also had some special means. Although they did not have the extravagant hope of killing the other party, it was still possible to resist for a few breaths and give the Holy King some time to breathe. Therefore, the 2 brothers turned into a storm and rushed directly towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was undoubtedly furious. Because of this damned Holy King, not only would all of them be in danger, but even the lightning ancestor had exhausted all of his soul power. It was obvious that the lightning ancestor would dissipate next. Therefore, he was not in the mood to play, and looked coldly at the storm flying toward him. Energy attacks were useless against this storm, and Zichen was already very clear in his heart. The reason why the 2 brothers dared to rush toward him was because of this. Die! Zichen raised his hand and stared at the storm flying toward him, and said coldly. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him and went straight for the storm. It's useless. When the 2 brothers saw the light of the lightning, a mocking laughter suddenly rang out. However, only the word useless was uttered in that laughter before 2 pu sounds rang out. The speed of the strong storm's rotation had clearly slowed down. Within the storm, the expressions of the 2 brothers had already frozen. There was a line of blood between their eyebrows, and their vitality was rapidly draining away. Under the inertia, their bodies continued to spin, but they were already dead. After flying for about 100 meters, the 2 of them landed on the ground at the same time. The 2 people who had been able to fight Zichen to a draw were killed in one blow. The thunderbolt circled around and returned to Zichen. It turned into a small knife and disappeared. Next, Zichen's hand shone brightly as he narked an arrow on his bow. The saint power in his body surged as he shot an arrow at a saint who was charging forward. The arrow sped forward and instantly turned into a black dragon. The black dragon let out a dragon's roar, which was accompanied by a cry of pain. This was Zi Chen's heavenly soldier. Because he had injected too much saint power into it, the dragon soul could not bear it, so it seemed to be in pain. After the first arrow, another arrow was shot. However, this arrow was formed by pure saint power. This was heaven-defying saint power, the saint power that belonged only to heaven-defying people. Swoosh! 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 Zi Chen shot out 5 arrows at lightning speed. Other than the first arrow, which was the dragon god arrow, the others were all energy saint arrows. Their targets were the last 5 saints from this galaxy. The 5 saints' faces changed drastically, and they were terrified. In the next moment, the saint power arrows pierced through their bodies. 4 of them died, and 1 was injured. On the other side, Xing Chen and the other 2 also showed their full strength. Under such full strength, the 5 saints from the Jiatu family could not withstand their frontal attack. Energy surged in an instant, raging and raging. The 5 of them spat out blood and flew backward. 3 of them were injured and 2 were killed. Swoosh! Zi Chen shot out another arrow. The last injured person died under the dragon god arrow. Xing Chen and the other 2 unleashed their power together. Of the 3 injured people from the Jiatu family, another 2 died. Jiatu and Zhentu were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They relied on their strong strength and special means to save their lives. Boom! Surging energy suddenly surged from below. The Saint King finally rushed out. He was still not dead, but he was not far from death. He coughed up blood, and his aura became very weak. Zi Chen's eyes were cold. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he was about to rush toward the Saint King. Swoosh! The Saint King raised his saint weapon and attacked Zi Chen. This attack was very strong, but it was much weaker than before. At this moment, the Saint King was like a stray dog, even with a saint weapon. Due to the Saint King's heavy injuries, the unique aura of a saint weapon was no longer as strong as before, allowing Zi Chen to easily evade it. Immediately after, Zi Chen showed his extreme speed. He instantly appeared in front of the Saint King and kicked him away. His figure flashed again. Zi Chen moved along with the Saint King's movements. During this time, the melee combat skills of the perfect body were displayed beautifully. The Saint King's body was completely out of control. Under Zi Chen's attacks, which were like raindrops, he began to sway left and right. Blood kept spurting from the corner of his mouth. Under the shocked expressions in the distance, the Saint King had no strength to resist. Fortunately, he still held the saint weapon in his hand tightly and did not let go. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Zi Chen in an instant. Stop! Seeing that the battle was about to end and the situation was about to be completely stabilized, a loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. This roar resounded throughout the entire world like thunder. The aura of a saint instantly wreaked havoc in the field. Streaks of light flew over from afar. These streaks of light were all saints. Zi Chen did not know these saints, but he could sense the hostility from them through their auras. Of course, it was impossible for him to stop. The frequency of his attacks increased. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The voice from before sounded again. This time, a streak of light rushed towards Zi Chen. In the light was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Jiao and Zhentu. His face was filled with shock and anger. Swoosh! Xing Chen rushed forward and blocked the other party. Scram! Jiao Huangtu shouted angrily and punched at Xing Chen. The dazzling light of Xing Chen flashed. Xing Chen also punched out. One punch against the other. This punch was very powerful. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party dared to fight him head-on, the coldness in Jiao Huangtu's eyes grew stronger. His fist collided with Xing Chen's fist. But the scene of the young man in front of him being sent flying did not happen. He saw a powerful aura surge from the other party. This aura was shocking. Instead, it shook him back. The 2 of them were evenly matched. They both retreated. The saints who came later were shocked when they saw this scene. To be able to be evenly matched with young Master Huangtu, The other party was obviously also an existence with a saint-level physical body. On the other side, the battle was still going on. The Saint King was obviously seriously injured, and his life was in danger. Jiao Huangtu was extremely anxious. He did not know what had happened. He followed behind the goddess. Jiao Huangtu had brought a Saint King to deal with this matter. He calculated the time. Everything should be over. But who would have thought that when he brought the goddess here, what he saw was not a welcoming scene, but the scene of his own Saint King being severely injured and on the verge of death. Scram! With an angry roar, Jiao Huangtu rushed forward again, wanting to rush past Xing Chen. Xing Chen's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the other party at all. The two of them turned into two rays of light, constantly exchanging blows. The sound of surging energy vibrations was also constantly heard. Seeing that the two of them were evenly matched, the other saints of the Jiao clan were shocked. But at this moment, they could not care about anything else. They had to save the Saint King first. There were a total of 3 of them, and they rushed forward. At this moment, there was a flash of light. The brilliant light and bright moon blocked the 3 of them. The 3 saints were clearly shocked when they saw the 2 women's appearances. Such beautiful appearances were definitely rare in the world. They were even prettier than the goddesses who had come with them. Just as the 3 of them were slightly dazed, the brilliant light and bright moon launched an attack. Surging energy surged in the sky, and the 3 saints were directly sent flying. Boom! The energy vibrated. Zi Chen used all his strength and kicked the Saint King's abdomen. The power of the previous attacks had all entered the other party's body. Coupled with the powerful attack at this moment, the Saint King's body exploded with energy. The Saint King flew backward, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood was accompanied by fragments of his shattered organs. But even with such a heavy injury, the Saint King still held on to the saint weapon in his hand, determined not to let go. The Saint King knew very well that if he held on to the saint weapon, he still had a chance of survival. Once the saint weapon left his hand, what awaited him next was only death. At this moment, he had no power to fight back against Zi Chen. He was very regretful. If he had used his most powerful attack right from the start, no matter what trump cards the other party had, it would be impossible for him to be a match. But now, it was all too late. Powerful energy surged. At this moment, time seemed to be very tight. Jiao and Huangtu fought Xing Chen head-on like crazy, but Xing Chen was not afraid of the other party at all. He used all kinds of tricks. The battle in the sky was very fierce. Everyone looked at the sky nervously. No one noticed that a woman was standing at the back of the team. She stood there quietly, her beautiful face calm. She raised her head to look at Xing Chen, who was fighting Jiao and Zhentu. A strange light flashed in her eyes. She knew Jiao and Zhentu's fighting strength. The other party was not weaker than them. Obviously, he was also a powerful existence. She was secretly shocked. Besides that person, there was actually such a powerful existence on the Life Star. Then, she saw Guang Yarou and Ming Yu. The two's beautiful faces made even this quiet woman could not help but take a few more glances. There were not many beauties like this in the world. Moreover, they were such powerful beauties. The Life Star was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The woman thought to herself. She could not help but think of another figure. If that person had become a saint, she believed that his fighting strength would also be so terrifying. Her line of sight moved again, and she saw the person fighting the Saint King. Seeing that glowing figure, she was a little absent-minded. She blinked and saw that the figure was still there. She cried out involuntarily, Zi Chen. Chapter 2239. The battle that Jiao and Huangtu were unable to stop despite their desperate efforts was stopped by this familiar cry. After sending the Saint King flying with a kick, the thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped gently. He stood in the air and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A tall woman stood there. She wore a bright red dress. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Zi Chen was no stranger to this woman. Back then, the two of them had almost done something wonderful. Yi Chen, it's you. It's really you. Why are you here? The surprise on Yi Qian's face turned into deep surprise when she heard Zi Chen's voice. She quickly flew over. The battle that had originally been a battle to the death stopped because of the two's reunion. Xing Chen no longer attacked. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu glared at him fiercely, then flew over to the Saint King, who was so heavily injured that he could barely stand up. They deliberately ignored their younger brother. The other three saints endured their injuries and went to take care of Jiao Tu and Jin Tu. The battle had only stopped for a short while and was not truly over, so no one let down their guard. They were all on guard against each other. As for the Heaven Realm cultivators who had followed the saints to this planet, they were all very depressed. This time, all the saints in their families had died in battle. Not a single one had survived. Yi Qian flew over to Zi Chen, her eyes full of surprise. Zi Chen was also surprised that she would appear here. He was very surprised to find that Yi Qian had already entered the Saint Realm. As for how she had entered the Saint Realm, Zi Chen did not pay much attention to this. It was very good that friends could meet. Of course, he was not stupid. He could see that Yi Qian's arrival here seemed to be related to these people, so he did not continue to kill her. Yi Qian walked in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen unceremoniously stretched out his arms. Yi Qian did not hesitate and hugged Zi Chen. This hug only represented the joy of a reunion between friends. It had nothing to do with love between a man and a woman. How dare you be rude to the goddess? Before the two of them could say anything, a dissatisfied shout came from the distance. This voice came from Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. The Saint King by his side was on the verge of death, and his younger brother was also on the verge of death. However, the latter did not care about this, and actually cared about the hug between Zi Chen and Yi Qian. This was a strange person. However, this angry roar also conveyed many meanings. The goddess seemed to be related to the divine tribe. This was what the great sage Yinzhong had guessed back then. As for the second point, whether or not Yi Qian had entered the saint plane through that unique talent or not, it did not have much to do with this guy. This was because the way he looked at Yi Qian was clearly more respectful than adoration. Why are you here? The two of them ignored Jiao Tu and Huang Tu and asked the same question at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. You go first. They spoke in unison again. The atmosphere became very strange. The two sides that were fighting to the death stopped just like that. Furthermore, listening to the ambiguous conversation between the two above, the atmosphere between the two seemed to be out of place in this battlefield that was filled with saint corpses. You know them. After a short silence, looking at Yi Qian, who had decided not to ask any more questions, Zi Chen chose to ask another question. Yi Qian nodded and said, "They are from the Jiao Tu clan. We came together." Looking at the battlefield, and hearing what Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said along the way, Yi Qian guessed the general situation of the matter. She hesitated and said, "This may be a misunderstanding." Of course, this was not a misunderstanding. This was a scene of life and death. Previously, only one of the two sides could survive. If Yi Qian did not come, today, one of the two sides would have to die, and all of them would die. Yi Qian also saw this point, which was why she hesitated to say that it was a misunderstanding. Because she was not sure how Zi Chen would deal with this matter, and was not sure whether Zi Chen would give her face. After all, this was not a trivial matter. Looking at the change in Yi Qian's expression and the fluctuations in the eyes of Jiao Tu and Jin Tu, Zi Chen also guessed that Yi Qian's identity was not low, so he chuckled and said, "Maybe it really is a misunderstanding." Yi Qian exhaled in relief, looking at Zi Chen gratefully. A scene of life and death was completely resolved because of a misunderstanding. It seemed like a child's play, but it also seemed irresponsible. Moreover, it was obvious that Zi Chen was the one who was at a disadvantage. But this was Zi Chen, and Yi Qian was his friend. If she said it was a misunderstanding, then it was a misunderstanding. Zi Chen is a friend I met on the Lifestar. Yi Qian turned around, looking at Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. The latter's face was very complicated. He recalled the promise he had made to the goddess on the way here. He did not expect to see such a scene when he came here. Even the Holy King was almost killed. Jiao Tu clasped his fists at Zi Chen, saying with a bitter face, "I am Jiao Tu Huang Tu. It seems that this is a misunderstanding. Zichen nodded. Jiao Huang too turned around to look at his brother and the Holy King, the bitterness on his face thickening. If they had known things would turn out like this, they would not have come. This was a misunderstanding to begin with. The ground was full of corpses, and the surroundings were full of energy fluctuations. The space cut by the holy weapon could no longer be mended. The whole world was full of holes, and with so many people watching, this was not a good place to chat. So, Zichen invited Yi Qian into the city to talk. When he turned around, Zichen saw the lightning ancestor. His relaxed expression had a trace of guilt. The lightning ancestor had consumed a lot of soul power, but he said that it was a misunderstanding and let the enemy go. Not only did he lose a holy weapon, but the lightning ancestor might also leave. The lightning ancestor smiled, saying, "It's okay. He should have disappeared long ago." Zichen was a little sad. "Everyone, follow me into the city." The lightning ancestor waved his hand, looking very carefree. After today's battle, the great formation above Thunder City had completely disappeared, and there was nothing that could protect Thunder City anymore. But with the powerful strength Zichen and the others had shown, no one would dare to have any ideas about Thunder City. Zichen motioned for the others to enter the city. As for the heavenly realm cultivators who were about to be slaughtered, Zichen let them go in the end. The saints of their families had all died in battle, and they would not be a threat to Zichen. Moreover, they had lost their will to fight. The heavenly realm cultivators left, but the people from the Jiao clan did not. They followed Yi Qian into the city. As they entered the city, Yi Qian told them the purpose of their visit. It was really for the things on the heavenly god. But there were some important words that Yi Qian did not say. The Holy King, Jiao and Zhen Tu were healing under the care of the other three saints. Jiao, Huang Tu, Yi Qian, Xing Chen, and the lightning ancestor all entered the hall. Next, Jiao and Huang Tu revealed the true purpose of this visit. Hearing the other party's words, Zichen's face revealed a stunned expression. "You're doing this to stop the Doff family?" Zichen was very surprised. Jiao and Huang Tu nodded. "That's right. Although Jiao and the Doff family are both peak families, they are fundamentally different. In your words, we belong to the neutral faction, while the Doff family belongs to the radical faction. Because their losses back then were too great, they haven't come out yet. But soon, their first goal will be to obtain the heavenly god's things." Jiao and Huang Tu paused for a moment. "In order to not let the Doff family grow stronger, we spread the news ahead of time." At this moment, Zichen finally understood that the outsider races weren't as united as he had imagined. Sometimes, fierce battles would break out between the major forces. Hearing Jiao and Huang Tu's words, Zichen finally understood why Jiao and Zhen Tu had been standing to the side and watching the battle. They had been indifferent to the deaths of those saints. It turned out that this starfield was under the jurisdiction of the Doff family and the Hueti family. It was like the territory of the five elements aristocratic families in the Tianwu continent. Although the everlasting sect was also an overlord force, the territory they governed was only a sacred land. This time, they had crossed the border. It was like the everlasting sect's people had come to the five elements aristocratic families' territory, relying on their overlord force to order the subordinate forces of the five elements aristocratic families. No matter how many of their people died, it wasn't a loss to the everlasting sect. Moreover, to some extent, they even hoped that more of these people would die. This explained why Jiao and Zhen Tu didn't move, and why the Saint King had taken action at the end. "If we had known that you had such a strong fighting force, we wouldn't have sent people here. Our families don't have any grudges with your life star. We're a neutral faction." That year, that great lord went to the Hueti and the Doff family, but didn't go to Jiao. "This is why we could send the Saint King." Listening to Jiao and Huang Tu's explanation, Zichen knew that this was really a misunderstanding. However, this misunderstanding had caused a great loss. Lei Yidong was dead, and the god's item was taken away. No one knew where it was now. The Jiao family had lost 4 saints, and 1 Saint King was severely wounded. It would take a long time for him to fully recover. As for the deaths of the Chengde Star area's saints, no one cared. Moreover, they weren't included in the loss. It was unknown if these dead saints would come back to life after knowing this. It was the same for Dof Hill, and now it was the same for Jiu and Zhen. In the eyes of the big forces, they weren't even resources. They were existences that could be abandoned at any time. After clearing up this misunderstanding, the grudges between the two sides were resolved. Zichen also told them that the god's item wasn't here anymore. This made Jiu and Huang Tu, who had just relaxed, worry again. Especially when they knew that the Thunder Ancestor had the god's head, Jiu and Huang Tu were even more worried. Afterward, they had to arrange for the three saints to take the two wounded ones back and send the news back. Then, they would mobilize their forces to find Lei Yidong. As for Yi Qian, Jiu and Huang Tu, they stayed here. The latter said that they were here to protect the goddess. After they finished talking, the others left the living room, giving Zichen and Yi Qian some time alone. Chapter 2240. After a short silence, Zichen chuckled and said, "Not bad. Not only have you become a saint, but also a goddess. Even the people of the Jiatu family are respectful to you." He had some understanding of the Jiatu family, and knew that it was a family comparable to Dof and Hort. Yi Qian smiled proudly and said, "Are you jealous?" The two looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were natural, and their eyes were filled with joy of reunion. These years, although Yi Qian had a good life on the Star Road, it was rare for her to be completely relaxed like today, and she didn't have to worry about other things. And to be able to meet Zichen again was indeed an unexpected and happy thing. "How did you survive these years?" Yi Qian looked at Zichen. She had been on the Star Road for a long time, and she knew very well that the cultivators from the Life Star would be rejected and targeted on the Star Road. It was not easy to survive. It was even more difficult to survive and break through. Zichen briefly explained what had happened in these years. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Zichen's journey was really not easy. It was simply a legendary growth history. "Your life is wonderful. My life is not so bizarre and turning. After I came to the Star Road, my potential was slowly awakening. Later, I realized that I might become a saint. By chance, I met the people of the Jiatu family. They saw that I had the blood of the God clan, so they called me goddess and took me back to the Jiatu family. I meditated there and broke through. After that, I have been traveling on the Star Road. For the cultivators on the Life Star, the Star Road was a land of great opportunities, but they were very confident that they could survive. But for Yi Qian, it was just a journey. "Didn't you know that you had the blood of the God clan?" Zichen asked curiously. Yi Qian's expression became gloomy. She shook her head and said, "When I was born, there was a vision of heaven and earth. My family invited a master to deduce my unique divine talent. When I was growing up, my father, who was not very good to me, had been trying to cultivate me into a bargaining chip. Coming to the Zhanwu continent was the deadline for me to make a choice. Who would have thought that you would beat away all the heaven-defying warriors? When I went back, my father was very unhappy and forced me to make a new choice. Fortunately, it was my mother who persuaded me to come to the Star Path to gain experience first." Yi Qian suddenly laughed at herself and said, "But after coming to the Star Path, my god bloodline was discovered. Only then did I know that the father who had always been bad to me was actually not my biological father. Back then, my biological parents had a beautiful encounter. After that, my father left, saying that he would be back soon, but from then on, there was no news. My mother's family was very big, and they forced my mother to marry. The reason why my mother agreed at that time was because she already had me at that time." From Yi Qian's expression, Zichen could see that her adoptive father knew about this matter and did not treat her well. He only hoped that she could make her family stronger, and was just a bargaining chip for his own interests. Zichen was silent. He did not expect that Yi Qian would have such a fate. After my god bloodline was discovered, the Jiatu family attached great importance to it and invited me to their family. Later, I don't know how they learned about the past. Thinking that I almost wasted my great talent, they were very angry. At that time, it was speculated that I had great talent, but they did not recognize the existence of the god bloodline. The whole family was destroyed, and in the family I grew up in, only my mother and I are still alive. Everyone else, including my father, is dead. Such a thing could only mean that Yi Qian's biological father's background was too great, but thinking about the origin of Yi Qian's god bloodline, such a thing was not surprising. This topic was obviously too heavy. Zi Chen picked a relaxed topic and asked, "You have been traveling the star path all these years. You should be very familiar with it." "The star path is too big. How can I be familiar with it?" Yi Qian smiled modestly. "Then do you know where to go back to the Zhanwu continent?" Hearing Zi Chen's question, Yi Qian was stunned and said, "What are you going to do back to the Zhanwu continent?" Zi Chen smiled bitterly and said, "The battle there is not over yet. I am already a saint. I want to see if I can help when I go back." Only then did Yi Qian remember that Zi Chen's continent was in the midst of war. After thinking about it carefully, she shook her head and said, "It seems that I have never heard of it. This star path is actually not open to you, so I have never heard of a way to go back. In fact, this is quite good. You can't go back, and they can't go over." The star path was the gathering place of the real powerhouses. If there was really a transmission array that led to the Zhanwu continent, then it would undoubtedly be a very dangerous thing for the Zhanwu continent. Looking at Zi Chen's slightly disappointed expression, Yi Qian said, "If you are in a hurry to go back, you can go back by other means." "What means?" "The Jiatu family has specially built a transmission array that leads to my planet. You should go back to my world with me first, then use the method I used last time to return to the Zhanwu continent." Of course, there was no problem with this method. However, Zi Chen was worried about the Jiatu family. He asked, "Where is the transmission array?" "It's in the Jiatu family." "Are they reliable?" "They are very respectful to me. I believe they won't make things difficult for you." "Of course, there can't be too many of them," Yi Qian reminded him. Zi Chen seriously thought about it and said, "Then, I may have to trouble you." Yi Qian smiled. After chatting with Yi Qian for a short time, Zi Chen signaled her to walk around Thunder City. Then, he went to the Lei ancestors' residence. The Lei ancestors' soul power had become even weaker. He couldn't hold on for a long time. Seeing Zi Chen coming, he said, "Zi Chen, I will leave the Lei clan to you. I am now in control of the Nephers star field. I will use the universe origin cauldron to take them away. After the situation there is completely stabilized, I will take them back to the life star. Alright, they have stayed in the star path for too long. It's time to go back." The Lei ancestor nodded with satisfaction. The last worry in his heart was completely put down. Without giving Zi Chen too much explanation, he looked at Zi Chen and smiled, then his figure slowly dissipated. "Those guys can't wait any longer. Zi Chen, we will meet again if fate wills it." The Lei ancestor died. After this battle, this planet was riddled with holes. The heaven and earth that was broken by the Saint weapon no longer healed. Turbulent space constantly poured out, causing storms. This planet was on the verge of destruction and could no longer be inhabited. After walking out of the Lei ancestor's room, Zi Chen called Les, the person in charge here. "Call everyone here. We should go." Les obviously knew all this and didn't ask about the Lei ancestor. After nodding, he went to gather the other cultivators of the Lei clan. The members of the Thunder clan were quickly gathered together. They had already packed their belongings. Xing Chen took out the universal myriad creation cauldron. Following the appearance of rays of light, all the members of the Thunder clan were sucked into the cauldron. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who were standing not far away, were surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Zi Chen to have such a treasure. The experts who came to help this time had already entered the universe origin cauldron. Soon, the entire Lei clan became empty. Xing Chen put away the universe origin cauldron. Zi Chen released his spiritual sense. Within the range of his spiritual sense, he couldn't sense any other life aura. "Let's go." Zi Chen's group of 6 walked out of the Lei clan, then left this world and set off for the Nephers starfield. In the Chengde starfield, news of Zi Chen's deeds had spread. It was said that his battle strength was unparalleled. As a saint, He almost killed a saint king with a saint weapon. This news was spread by the heavenly realms who returned alive. During this time, Xing Chen and the other two also contributed. Unfortunately, they didn't know the other party's name, only Zi Chen. Thus, Zi Chen's name was like the sun at noon. After returning to the Nephers starfield, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were shocked when they saw that Zi Chen had taken control of this place. At the same time, they were very happy. The Huoti and Doufu families were in seclusion. The starfield under their jurisdiction had begun to change owners, and the saints had suffered heavy losses. This was very good news for the Jiao Tu family. He and Zi Chen were not enemies to begin with. In fact, from a certain point of view, the two of them could even be allies. Moreover, Zi Chen obviously had the help of an expert who could take care of a starfield in an orderly manner. After returning, Zi Chen motioned for Mingyu to return to Moon City. The other part of the universe origin cauldron was there. It was a real treasure that couldn't be lost. Other things were taken care of by Xing Chen and Bei Shi Kanghong. Zi Chen still needed to go into seclusion for a while. Although he had entered the saint realm, the energy in his body hadn't all turned into saint force. It would still take a long time. This time, if he followed Yi Qian's instructions and entered Yi Qian's planet through the Jiao Tu family and then returned to the Zhonwu continent, there would naturally be a lot of risks during this period. Therefore, before this, Zi Chen had to make himself stronger. The last time he fought with the Saint King, Zi Chen had a deeper understanding of the Saint King. If he entered the Saint realm, he wouldn't be unable to fight against this level of existence. Not only him, but even Xing Chen and the others could fight above their level. The reason why they couldn't last time was that they had just entered the Saint realm and still had a lot of potential. Therefore, Zi Chen decided to choose to go into seclusion until the energy in his body had completely changed. While Zi Chen was in seclusion, Yi Qian continued to travel in these starfields. She wanted to visit the starfields that Zi Chen had experienced. After setting foot in these starfields, legends about Zi Chen spread everywhere. It was the first time Yi Qian, Jiao Tu, and Huang Tu knew that Zi Chen was the disciple of that person. Zi Chen's legendary history started from the Rakshasa starfield all the way to the Chengda starfield. During this period, there were many miraculous battles, which made Jiao Tu and Huang Tu even more shocked. After learning more about Zi Chen through Yi Qian, he finally made up his mind. This book came from the first place. Read the original content first. Chapter 2241. In Zi Chen's world, in that sea of energy, the light of lightning constantly surged, like snakes of lightning swimming. Hiss hiss. This golden lightning energy, all emitted the aura of a saint. This aura was very oppressive, suffocating, and formed a sea. With so much saint energy, if used in a battle, it would take a long time to completely deplete. If a saint saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Zi Chen's energy was almost equivalent to the energy of a group of saints. Zi Chen stood above the sea, looking down at this sea of saint energy. At this moment, he had finally become a saint, a true saint. He had a perfect saint physical body, a perfect saint soul, and a perfect saint energy. His world had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the world had once again transformed as he advanced. A total of 5 years. It had been 5 years since he returned from Chengda Starfield, and in these 5 years, Zi Chen had been in seclusion, and only today did all of his energy transform. All of his energy had transformed. Compared to 5 years ago, his battle strength had become even stronger. Zi Chen opened his eyes, announcing the end of his seclusion. He did not immediately get up and walk out of the room, but took out a large seal burning with golden flames, and stared at it. In the middle of the seal, a vermilion bird stood in the middle, full of vigor and vitality. Rosefinch's soul was already close to saint level. But Zi Chen was not too happy, and even a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Although Rosefinch's soul was only a short step away from saint level, the distance between this step was greater than the distance between heaven realm and saint level. Because the Rosefinch seal would become a saint weapon if it advanced further, this step was undoubtedly difficult to cross, otherwise, saint weapons would not be so rare in this star path with so many saints. Similarly, the saber spirit was one step away from saint level, but to take this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was different from cultivation. At the very least, there was a method and direction to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. However, no one knew how to advance a weapon into a saint weapon. Putting away the rosefinch mark, Zichen walked out of the room. After 5 years of development, the Nephers starfield was now in good order. Under some extreme measures, the alien tribes here didn't reject the cultivators from the life stars that much. Especially when the news about Zichen fighting a Saint King spread from the Chengda star area to the Sin star area, these people completely approved of the cultivators from the life stars. Just as Zichen walked out of his room, his avatar, who had been refining Saint crystals in Moon City, also walked out of his room. After bidding farewell to Ming Yu, he set off on his journey to the Chengda starfield. He had already entered the Saint tier. If he wanted to become a Saint King, it would require a process of accumulation, so Zichen considered returning to the Battle Martial University first. ZHZHZHZHZHOM The avatar came to the Sin star area and merged with Zichen. After that, it didn't appear. Zichen also had to take this avatar with him. Yi Qian and Jiao Huangtu appeared in the Sin star area on time. After the two sides met, Jiao Huangtu took the initiative to say, Zichen, I've received accurate news that those saints haven't invaded the Battle Martial University yet. You still have some time to prepare. This news was definitely good news for Zichen. He nodded gratefully. Next, he had to rearrange his next steps. Yi Qian and Jiao Huangtu looked at Zichen. Through their spiritual senses, they could sense that after 5 years, Zichen's aura had become even more profound and unfathomable. If it were 5 years ago, Jiao Huangtu still had the confidence to fight Zichen. However, after learning that Zichen was a heaven-defying cultivator on a life star and 5 years had passed, he gave up on this idea. Even though he came from an aristocratic family and had extraordinary battle strength, he didn't need to fear those heaven-defying cultivators who had entered the Saint realm. However, among those heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen was definitely not one of them. Seeing Zichen fall into deep thought, Jiao Huangtu hesitated for a moment and said, Zichen, can we talk in private? At this moment, the three of them were standing outside the room. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by them, their eyes full of curiosity and awe. Zichen nodded, indicating that they should go back to the room. ZHZHZH. The three of them returned to the room and sat down in the living room. Zichen said embarrassedly, I just came out of seclusion, so I don't have anything to entertain you two. Please forgive me. Yi Qian smiled at Zichen as usual. When she saw Zichen, her smile would become sweeter and her mood would relax a lot. As for Jiao Huangtu, he didn't care. Speaking of which, Zichen couldn't take out anything good to entertain him. Even if he did, how could a young master of an aristocratic family like him like it? He had been following the goddess for 5 years. On one hand, it was to protect the goddess, and on the other hand, it was because his family had sent him a message, asking him to carefully inquire about Zichen. The appearance of a heaven-defying cultivator from a life star was a big event for the entire world. Those who knew the inside story attached great importance to it. After learning some things about Zichen and considering Zichen's temperament through these things, the two of them had this conversation. Zichen, we want to form an alliance with you. Jiao Huangtu said straightforwardly. Alliance? Zichen was a little startled. He didn't understand Jiao Huangtu. The Jiao family, the overlord force of the star path, an existence that could shake the star path with a stomp of their feet, unexpectedly wanted to form an alliance with him. The reason why the Jiao family didn't pursue the matter last time should be because of Yi Qian. Jiao Huangtu. Don't expect them to be grateful that Zichen didn't kill the Holy King or take the holy weapon. To a big force, the Holy King and his direct descendants were hurt badly. Plus, 4 Holy Realm experts were killed. It was a loss. Zichen was also the leader of a force, so he understood what kind of mentality the people of a force had. Yes. Alliance. Jiao Huangtu said. The goddess is here. Our alliance will be witnessed by the goddess. Seeing Zichen's skeptical face, Jiao Huangtu continued, the alliance I'm talking about isn't between you and me. It's between you and the Jiao family. The entire family. Not to mention the benefits of forming an alliance with such a big family, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. It was a good thing. To Zichen, it was like giving charcoal in snowy weather. However, in this world, was there such a good thing? Maybe there was. Because Yi Qian was the goddess, and he was her friend. Zichen looked at Yi Qian. The latter's sweet smile towards Zichen had disappeared, replaced by contemplation. Obviously, she didn't know about this beforehand. Thus, Zichen didn't believe that the other races would give him help in snowy weather. He asked doubtfully, "What can I give you?" To the Jiao family, they could provide Zichen with a lot of help. For example, the information from before was a kind of help. However, on the other hand, what could Zichen help the Jiao family? Other than knowing how to kill, there was nothing special about him. However, there were many people like him in the Jiao family. "We only need a promise from you, a promise on behalf of the Life Star," Jiao Huangtu said. "If we can get this promise, we will be allies." "What promise?" Zichen asked in a deep voice. His expression became serious. What the other party wanted was not his promise, but the Life Star's promise. The war has already started, so it will definitely evolve to the day when the war starts. At that time, the Thunder Divine Temple will also reappear. I believe you are not unfamiliar with the Thunder Divine Temple. The reason why the radical faction invaded the Life Star is because of the Thunder Divine Temple. We hope that you can give us a promise. If the Thunder Divine Temple reappears, let our people in, Jiao Huangtu said. Just this promise? Zichen was a little surprised. This didn't seem to be a big deal. If all the experts from the Star Path entered the War Marshal Continent, the War Marshal Continent would definitely be annihilated. Moreover, if the war continued, the War Marshal Continent would definitely suffer heavy losses. Even if the Thunder Divine Temple appeared, how could the people there stop them from invading? Seeing the change in Zichen's expression, Jiao Huangtu seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really think that the Life Star would be so weak?" For so many years, for the sake of the Thunder Divine Temple, the radical faction and the conservative faction attacked many Life Stars, but what was the result? Even many great sages were annihilated before they could even enter the Lightning Divine Palace. Even an Empyrean god died. You have limited resources, but you have the ability to create miracles. This is something that we, who live in the starry sky, don't have. Everyone knows this. That's why there is this star path that specializes in training, to increase our strength. That's why we deliberately suppress you, to prevent you from becoming stronger. Looking at Zichen's doubtful expression, Jiao Huangtu smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, the reason why we don't wage war on the Life Star is not because we care about the lives of the people, but because we feel that there is no need to. After entering the Thunder Divine Temple, the real danger will begin. Before that, why not preserve some strength?" Zichen didn't know what secrets the Life Star had, but he could see that Jiao Huangtu didn't seem to be acting. Thus, he nodded and said, "If it's only this request, I can promise you on behalf of the Life Star. But, what kind of help can you give us?" Since it was an alliance, the benefits of both sides were naturally mutual. Therefore, it was time to discuss benefits. "We will give you a truly fair training environment." Looking at Zichen's puzzled expression, Jiao Huangtu said, "If I invite all of you to come to the star field under our jurisdiction, would you be willing to go?" Zichen shook his head decisively. This was a receiving ground, and they definitely couldn't leave. If they left, then the people following them would definitely suffer. This star field is under the jurisdiction of the radical faction and the conservative faction, and there are very few neutral factions. If you don't want to leave, we will secretly build a teleportation formation here. After your people arrive here, they can use this teleportation formation to reach the planets under our jurisdiction, giving them a relatively fair training environment. Chapter 2242. Zichen had never heard of a teleportation formation connecting astral domains before. He could not help feeling puzzled. Books to be read: 1K*A, N equals S*HU*CC. This is a very big project that can't be done in a short period of time. We need to find a stable space and spend a lot of manpower and resources to mark the seat in that stable space. This was a very profound spatial technique that only those great powers could master. This can be considered as putting in a lot of effort, Jiao Huangtu said seriously. The reason why the star path is a gathering place for experts is because the real secret lies in the depths of the star path. However, I believe that very few of your people can enter the depths. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it will be. When you reach the star field under our control, the greatest secret of the star path will be completely open to you. This secret is the foundation of the existence of the star path, and the main reason why all the cultivators gathered here. Now, your people can't touch it, but when you come to our place, you can truly see and understand it. All right. Zichen nodded in agreement. He could only agree. The alliance with the Jiatu family was an unexpected surprise. During this period, the Jiatu emperor had repeatedly mentioned that the goddess could testify. It was obvious that the other party was not joking. As for Yi Qian, she seemed to have a lot of confidence in this aristocratic family. Even though she didn't know anything, she still nodded and agreed. Right now, we are in a simple alliance. When we return to the family, the elders of the family will discuss some details with you. When the time comes, if you feel that something is wrong, you can still raise your opinions, Jiao Huangtu said. The matter of the alliance was thus settled. Considering that the foreign saints had yet to invade and the alliance this time, after careful consideration, Zichen decided to travel alone. I want to read 1K times A equals NS times HU equals. He left the universal origin cauldron to Xing Chen and handed it over to Xing Chen to manage. In fact, Xing Chen was the one in charge in the past. Zichen had always been a hands-off boss. This time, he was traveling alone. Of course, he was also scouting the way. Moreover, the two sides were in an alliance. He believed that the people of the Jiatu family would not be stingy in lending out the teleportation array. Before the decision was made, Zichen went into seclusion for another month. No one knew what he was doing during this month. Xing Chen and the others came to see them off. Brilliant took out a spirit ring and handed it to Zichen. After receiving the spirit ring, Zichen waved his hand and set off with Yi Qian, Jiao and Huangtu to the Jiao family. The Beishi family didn't know that Zichen had left. Among the Heaven Realm warriors on the Life Star, only Man Shi knew that Zichen was preparing to return to the Battle Martial University. I hope you can turn the situation around and turn the tide once again. Looking at Zichen's back, Man Shi silently said. Returning to the Chengde Star Field after 5 years, Zichen witnessed one war after another. Due to the fall of all the saints from the previous families, the strength of the families had decreased greatly. Families who had some grudges against each other had taken advantage of this situation to rise up. In the final war, the saints are the decisive ones. In this star path, the only ones who are truly valuable are the saints. As for the heavenly realms, they are almost equivalent to cannon fodder. After seeing those heavenly realms battle along the way, Jiao and Huangtu said. Recalling the position of the heavenly realm warriors in Zichen's heart, Zichen was speechless when he heard Jiao and Huangtu's words. Even the mighty war martial continent did not dare to say such extravagant words as using heaven realm experts as cannon fodder. Then, Zichen asked the question in his heart, since there are so many heavenly realm warriors here who can be used as cannon fodder, why not send them to the Battle Martial University? It should be known that the first batch of heavenly realm warriors who went to the Battle Martial University wasn't many. At least, they weren't used as cannon fodder. If he asked this question to someone else, he definitely wouldn't get an accurate answer. However, Jiao and Huangtu's identity wasn't ordinary, so he was very clear about this matter. He smiled and said, for some reason, the cultivators here can't step into the Battle Martial University. Here, they can be used as cannon fodder, but they can't enter the Battle Martial University. As for the reason, Jiao and Huangtu pointed to the sky and then looked at Yi Qian in awe. The answer was obvious. It was related to the god race. The most powerful creature in the world, the most powerful life form, was the god race. The three of them passed through the Chengde starfield again and arrived at the next starfield. Jiao Huangtu smiled boldly and said, Zichen, Welcome to the real star path. The mysterious star path will reveal a corner of its mysteries for you here. You want to read the book? Zi Chen looked at the other party in confusion. Could it be that the previous star fields couldn't be considered star roads? As if guessing the doubts in Zi Chen's heart, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu explained, in our eyes, the outside really can't be considered a star road. Other than having a lot of people and planets, it's very difficult to encounter opportunities. At the same time, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu signaled Zi Chen to leave the planet. However, they didn't teleport away, but directly flew into the void. When he was talking to Zi Chen, his expression was very calm. However, when he was talking to Yi Qian, he was very respectful. It could be seen how important the god race was in his heart. The three of them came to the void together. What entered their eyes were planets that were emitting light. These planets were filled with powerful vitality, but their numbers were much fewer than in other star fields. Within the range of his vision, Zi Chen would occasionally see streams of light flying past. Those streams of light were all aircraft, but they were much more advanced than those in the Sin star field. The secret of the star road isn't on the road, but in the void. Let's go and take a look. As he spoke, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu took out a glowing ball. As the ball left their bodies, a strong light bloomed, and a huge raptor appeared. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu respectfully signaled Yi Qian to go first, followed by Zi Chen. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu pointed at the raptor under their feet and said, "This is a unique transportation tool in the Star Road. It requires a formation master and a refiner to condense it. It can be turned into an aircraft or a mount. It only needs spiritual thoughts to control it." This huge raptor spread its wings and flew. Its speed was even faster than the saint-level aircraft Zi Chen had obtained. As the raptor moved forward, Zi Chen saw many more aircraft. In addition to most of the heavenly realms, he could occasionally see the figures of saints. These aircraft were almost all flying in the same direction. Standing on the raptor's back, Zi Chen asked curiously, "What are they doing?" "You'll know soon." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu smiled mysteriously. The raptor's speed was very fast, but it still took them an entire day to reach their destination. Looking at many cultivators gathered in front of them, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu signaled the raptor to stop and said, "It seems that our luck is good this time." Following Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's line of sight, Zi Chen saw a huge vortex in the distant sky. The vortex was so large that it was almost equivalent to a huge planet. As it rotated, it brought with it a powerful force. Occasionally, there would be the sound of thunder. Outside the vortex, there were many cultivators surrounding it. They raised their heads and looked at the vortex. Their expressions were very focused, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Just as Zi Chen didn't understand what these people were doing outside the vortex, he saw a ray of light suddenly fly out from the vortex. Due to the support of the rotating force, the ray of light seemed to be thrown out. It was very fast, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted a series of exclamations. Fat. Under the investigation of Zi Chen's spiritual sense, he saw that after the ray of light was thrown out, it happened to fly toward a heaven realm cultivator. Then, amidst everyone's cheers, the ray of light pierced through the heaven realm cultivator's head and directly flew away. The heaven realm cultivator's excited expression froze in the void. His vitality was quickly dissipating, and his body fell down from the void. But before he landed, he was put away by someone. As for the others, they went to chase after the ray of light. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zi Chen. "That's a saint crystal." Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense caught up with the flying ray of light. After sensing the crystal stone emitting the aura of a saint, he said in surprise, "That's right, that's a saint crystal." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu nodded and smiled. "What's going on?" Zi Chen asked in confusion. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were about to explain, but their expressions suddenly changed. They turned back to look at the void vortex again. There were more than 10 rays of light flying out from it, and each ray of light was a saint crystal. Zi Chen was shocked when he saw those saint crystals. Obviously, these saint crystals could create a powerful pseudo-saint. In just a moment, he saw so many saint crystals. Then, how many saint crystals had appeared here after so many years of existence on the Star Road? The Star Road was indeed mysterious. Zichen thought that this scene was very strange and had already shocked him, but what happened next seriously subverted Zichen's imagination, causing his expression to become even more shocked. He saw that in the vortex, there was a sudden burst of light, and bolts of lightning were constantly raging. The rumbling of thunder resounded through the world, and a violent aura appeared from it, as if it was a scene of destruction. Many of the cultivators who had scattered to chase after the saint crystals turned back and looked at the vortex with excited expressions. The saints who had appeared indifferent because of the saint crystals now had their eyes wide open as they stared at the vortex above their heads, looking very excited. What will appear there? The shocked Zichen asked aloud. Good stuff, really good stuff. Zichen, you're lucky to be able to see it as soon as you arrive. This is almost the true core secret of the Star Road. Jiao and Huangtu smiled faintly. Boom. A loud tremor came from the vortex, and then a behemoth appeared from it. When he saw the behemoth, Zichen was almost petrified from shock. It was a round sphere, surging with surging vitality and an ancient aura. It was a planet, a real planet. The planet, emitting a bright light, appeared little by little from the vortex, and with a rumbling sound, fell into the void. Zichen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Chapter 22:43. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Zichen couldn't wait any longer, and his eyes flashed with light. No, the planet's descent has caused the world to shake. Within the range of the vortex, space is constantly folding and distorting. It has a very strong attack power. If it's not careful, even saints will die. Sure enough, as soon as Jiao and Huangtu finished speaking, many heavenly realms rushed towards the planet. However, as soon as they reached the range of the vortex, their bodies were minced by a mysterious energy and turned into dust, disappearing into thin air. Among them, there was also a saint who was lucky enough to escape. However, he had turned back and was injured. He had permanently lost an arm and was severely injured. This planet still has some time before it can completely escape from this vortex. During this time, we can only wait. Jiao and Huangtu looked at Zichen and said, now you should understand why the planets in the star path are not very large. The shock brought by a planet falling from the sky was indescribable. Zichen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Similarly, Zichen didn't hear what Jiao and Huangtu said at all. Yi Qian should have seen such a scene before. At this moment, there was a flash of light in her eyes, but she didn't completely lose her composure like Zichen. Kai, the cultivators surrounding the whirlpool seemed to have gone mad. They rushed madly towards the planet that was falling from the sky. During this time, most of them were reduced to dust, and some returned with serious injuries. They were like moths that saw a flame at night. One by one, they rushed forward without fear of death until they died. Have they gone crazy? The shocked Zichen woke up from his shock when he saw the cultivators rushing forward to die. Jiao and Huangtu looked at the scene in front of them and said expressionlessly, this is the greatest opportunity in the star path. The first person to set foot on the planet will get an unexpected harvest. Harvest? What harvest? Zichen asked. An indescribable feeling. It seems that it can let people see the foundation of this planet in an instant, see the root of the world, and walk out of the bottleneck. Jiao and Huangtu said, this is the biggest secret in the star path and the foundation of its existence. What's on that planet? Opportunity, opportunity to become a saint, 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 opportunity to become a great saint. What? Zichen's expression changed again. Turning his head back to look at the planet again, he was shocked by the secret of the path of stars. The planet fell from the vortex, bringing with it a vast aura. Then, little by little, it broke free from the vortex's control. The moment they were completely separated, the surrounding cultivators all flew towards the planet as if they had gone mad. They were as dense as locusts that filled the sky. Based on the aura, this should be a planet of the lowest level. There are only opportunities to become a saint and not a saint king. However, it's better than nothing. Let's go take a look. The planet that shocked Zichen was nothing in the eyes of Jiao and Huangtu. Jiao and Huang Tu put away the giant bird under their feet. The three of them turned into streams of light and rushed toward the planet. In another direction, a false saint led 3 heaven realms and rushed toward the planet at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the 4 of them passed, they attracted the attention of other cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light. However, obtaining the opportunity on the planet was the most important thing at this moment, so no one paid attention to the 4 people from the Life Star. Upon entering the planet, Zichen felt a sense of spiritual clarity. His perception and soul instantly became extremely sharp. This is a lifeless planet. It's a pure planet. Just like a newborn baby, the soul is the purest. From here, you can see the foundation of the entire world. Jiao and Huang Tu's voice sounded from behind Zichen. Zichen turned a deaf ear to them. He closed his eyes and felt carefully. He was not the first to set foot in this world, but he still had a mysterious feeling. This feeling made his mind clear and very comfortable. There was an indescribable feeling in his body and mind. Vaguely, Zichen's soul and saint power had become more condensed. Even his physical strength had become stronger. However, this feeling soon disappeared. Zichen's sea of consciousness was filled with energy, and the sound of killing resounded. In just a few breaths, this pure world had been filled with killing and filth. Zichen's feeling of spiritual clarity had also disappeared. Zichen was very regretful about this. He was not too angry. There were too many cultivators here. Even if he was angry, he did not know who to vent his anger on. However, in just a few breaths, he had sensed the mystery of this pure world. If he could get one alone and quietly feel the change in the aura, he would definitely have a great opportunity. Found it. Just as Zichen was feeling regretful, Jiao and Huang Tu's voice sounded. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Zichen, let's go. I'll show you something good." As he spoke, he took the lead and moved forward. Zichen asked curiously, "What is it?" Yi Qian smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when we get there." The two followed closely behind Jiao and Huang Tu. After 3 breaths, the 3 of them landed in a dense forest. At this moment, many cultivators were fighting in the dense forest. There were already many corpses on the ground, and a strong smell of blood spread in all directions. "Get out, all of you, get out of here. You've tainted the planet's origin liquid. I'll take your lives." A powerful saint aura spread in all directions. Jiao and Huang Tu's cold voice sounded. At the same time, a hurricane appeared out of thin air, dispersing the strong smell of blood. "Saint." The expressions of the heaven realm cultivators changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, in the end, they did not dare to challenge the saint's majesty. They turned around and left. The hurricane just now swept away those corpses. As the 3 of them landed, Zichen saw at a glance that there was a shallow depression on the ground. In the depression, there was a puddle of pure liquid, emitting an inexplicable aura. When his spiritual sense fell on it, Zichen felt a sense of spiritual clarity. That feeling was somewhat similar to just now, and even stronger than before. Fortunately, there's no pollution. This is the planet's origin liquid. It's something that will only be born on a newborn planet. It's the purest liquid in the world. It can't tolerate the slightest bit of dirt. If we came a little later and let those dirty energies invade, this would just be an ordinary planet's origin liquid. Its effect would be greatly reduced. While speaking, Jiao and Huang Tu squatted down and took out a crystal-clear jade bottle. Using the power of spatial distortion, they filled the liquid in the depression into the jade bottle. This thing can't be touched with energy. It will be contaminated. It must be stored in a flawless jade bottle. Otherwise, it will also be contaminated. When carefully collecting it, Jiao and Huang Tu also took the initiative to explain. After collecting all the planet's origin liquid, he smiled and handed the jade bottle to Zichen. Just now, so much liquid was stored in this small jade bottle. It can be seen that there is a spatial restriction in this bottle. It's a very rare thing. This thing is useless to me. It's a meeting gift. Looking at the hesitant Zichen, Jiao and Huang Tu smiled. Zichen nodded and accepted it without being too pretentious. This is the lowest level of origin liquid. If you carefully comprehend it, you may become a saint. It is also very useful for those who have just entered the saint realm. Jiaotu and Huangtu were undoubtedly very good explanations. They shared the biggest secret of the star path with Zichen without reservation. In this regard, Zichen finally understood why there were so many saints in the star path where there were still very few harmonious spirit masters. They didn't all rely on saint crystals to break through, but some of them were also because of the resources in the star path. As if to verify what Jiaotu and Huangtu said, at this moment, an aura between the saint realm and the heaven realm came from a certain direction. The one who emitted the aura was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air, opened his mind, and the saint aura on his body surged. It should be the first person to enter. His comprehension is good, so he entered the saint realm in one fell swoop. Jiaotu and Huangtu said, "Isn't that good luck?" "Sort of." Jiaotu and Huangtu said with a smile. Then, Zichen understood the meaning of the other party's words. In the perception of his spiritual sense, there were heaven realm experts flying over from afar. Murderous intent surged around their bodies. Without hesitation, they rushed towards the middle-aged man who was breaking through. Streaks of sharp attacks flashed in the sky, carrying with them cold, killing intent. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, which flashed with anger. He raised his hand and launched attacks. These attacks had the aura of the saint realm, which was very powerful. The attacks were shattered one after another. At the same time, the heaven realm experts were killed, falling to the ground. However, there were more heaven realm experts who rushed forward without fear of death. They rushed to the middle-aged man and raised their sabers. The saber light swept across the sky. The middle-aged man's head flew up high. His expression was frozen, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. If there is no one to protect you and you meet your enemy, it will be a disaster. Jiaotu and Huangtu said indifferently. They didn't care about this scene. Zichen once again witnessed the internal strife of the alien races. This kind of strife was even crueler than the strife on the life stars. An existence who was about to enter the saint realm was killed just like that. The world had one less saint. Releasing his spiritual senses, Zichen was ready to investigate to see if there were other planet origin liquids. Soon, he found a spot, but the expression on his face was full of surprise. There were two sides confronting each other. One side only had 4 people, 1 false saint and 3 heaven realm experts. The other side had 4 false saints and dozens of heaven realm experts. There was a big gap between the two sides. Swoosh. Zichen's figure flashed, disappearing without a word. "Where are you going?" Jiaotu and Huangtu asked suspiciously. Yi Qian, who also released her spiritual sense, exclaimed in surprise, "It's them. Why are they here?" Although Yi Qian couldn't say that she was familiar with these 4 people, she knew them. 2 of them were Zichen's mortal enemies. Chapter 2244. In a dense forest on the planet, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. "Everyone, we were the first to discover this. Since everyone has a share, how about we only take half of it?" Among the 4 cultivators on one side, a false saint in armor said. "Humph. Get out of here or die," a false saint standing in front of the 4 said coldly. The others also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to leave if they didn't leave something behind. "You guys from the Life Star, we haven't killed you yet, but you've walked right into our trap. How dare you bargain with us?" "Get out of here," another false saint shouted. "Luo Yao, I sense a powerful aura approaching. We have to go." Behind the false saint in armor, a cultivator with 5-colored light flashing around him transmitted his voice to him. "Go, we won't have a chance if we leave." The cultivator named Luo Yao had a cold gleam in his eyes. Life is more important than anything else. "Luo Yao, let's go," a young man in a black robe said. "No, this is our only chance. I've been crippled, and I can only be a false saint for the rest of my life. But you still have a chance. You still have a chance to become a saint. Such a planet won't appear for many years. 5 elements, black dragon, and dark rock, this is our only chance. We can't miss it. You three take the things and leave immediately, Luo Yarrow said. But what will you do if we leave? I've been crippled. Instead of becoming a false saint and never being able to become a saint, it's better to fight for a future. You go. Don't worry about me. Luo Yarrow, listen to me. As long as you're alive, you have a chance. We have to go, the young man in a black robe said anxiously. You have to fight for the chance yourself. And I don't believe there will be such a chance. You know our situation on the star path. Don't talk nonsense. Go. Don't let me die with regrets. At least one of you has to become a saint. Go. Luo Yarrow roared the last word. This existence who once dared to stop Zi Chen, the heaven-defying expert on the life star, rushed toward the four false saints with his own strength today. Powerful saint aura surged. Luo Yarrow's armor flashed with dazzling light. Die. Amidst the explosive roar, he charged forward. He attacked with all his might, as if he was not afraid of death. Let's go. Seeing that Luo Yarrow didn't care about his own life, the three of them didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately turned around and each sent out a beam of energy. The origin liquid in the depression was divided among the three of them. However, they cleverly left some behind. The three of them flew in opposite directions. You are courting death. The other heaven realm cultivators reacted and rushed forward to block the three of them. Roar! A loud dragon's roar rang out. The black-robed young man turned into a black dragon and charged forward. His dragon claws crushed the two attacks and swept past the two heaven realm experts' heads. The expression of the charging heaven realm expert suddenly froze. He lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. A rock's cry resounded through the heavens and the earth as a dark black rock surrounded by lightning appeared. On the back of the rock stood a young man who emitted the light of the five elements. The man and the rock flew forward. As he charged forward, energy attacks fell all around him, destroying the surrounding attacks. Pu. 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 Wherever the energy passed, the heaven realm cultivators fell and died. Although the three of them were only heaven realm cultivators, they had the strength to instantly kill those of the same level. They rushed into the distance. After rushing out of the encirclement, the three of them turned back and glanced at Luo Tong, who was fighting 1-4. They turned around and left. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful saint aura appeared in the distance. A terrifying palm print fell from above, heading straight for the three of them. Go. Amidst the angry roar, a dragon's tail swept over quickly, sending the peng and the five elements flying. As for the black dragon itself, it was struck by the palm print and was sent flying. While flying backward, the black dragon transformed into his human form. He coughed up blood and was severely injured. His life was in danger. He looked ahead unwillingly, only to see a figure walk out. It was a saint who exuded a powerful aura. He looked at the two of them running away and said coldly, "How dare you steal from me? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm emitting the light of saint power chased after the rock and quickly caught it. Hum. The aura around the rock surged, causing the palm print to tremble slightly. A crack opened, and a five elements light flew out, flying toward the horizon. He did not expect this heaven realm cultivator to escape from his grasp again and again. This made the saint angry. He waved his hand again, and another palm print appeared. It landed on the escaping five elements light at an extremely fast speed, and then slapped the five elements back. Boom. 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 The three of them landed next to the low-lying area where the planet's origin liquid was placed. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they were severely injured. In front, Luo Yarrow noticed this scene and was stunned. He was hit in the chest, and his body flew backward. The four of them landed on the ground, all injured. They looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. It was a smile of despair, a smile of calmness in the face of death. There was no unwillingness. They gave it their all, but they lost. They were content. This was their choice. Naturally, death was their choice. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can travel with you all again, Luo Yarrow said with a smile. That's right. Travel together. Five elements, Black Dragon, and Dark Rock nodded. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but there was a smile on their faces. They faced death calmly. You will not have an afterlife. I will destroy your souls. The saint's cold voice came from the sky. Remember, the one who will kill you is Saint Gal. Destruction of your souls is your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky shook. A terrifying palm print fell from the sky, carrying a powerful saint's might, and slammed down on the four of them. The four of them laughed and looked up at the palm print. Even death could not make them bow their heads. In their eyes, the palm print was descending at lightning speed. The strong wind and dazzling light made them lower their arrogant heads and close their smiling eyes. But they did not give up. They endured the strong wind and strong light and did not close their eyes. Their eyes were stinging. Just as tears blurred their eyes, a black shadow appeared in their eyes. The black shadow appeared in the strong light and stood between heaven and earth, blocking the strong light for them. His figure was not tall, but at this moment, he was very imposing. He stood in front of the four of them, one hand holding up the sky as if he was holding up the world for them. The palm print fell from the sky and collided with his hand. Then, it exploded with a boom. The terrifying saint's energy was raging, but it could not shake him at all. All the violent energy that came before the four of them deliberately changed direction and retreated. The strong wind dissipated and the three of them regained their clarity. The figure in front of them was still there, fluttering in the wind. This was not an illusion, but something that happened in reality. The black-robed figure had saved them. Who are you? The saint's surprised voice sounded in the sky. The four of them felt that this figure was surrounded by the light of saint power and was filled with a powerful saint's aura. This was a saint, and only a saint could save them. But why did this saint want to save them? At this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly spoke. His voice was familiar and cold. Remember, the one who killed you is Saint Zi-Chen. The destruction of both body and soul is your punishment. It was the same words as before, but more cold and indifferent. The meaning of the words did not change, only the saint's name had changed. Zi-Chen, a saint. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure raised his hand and struck out a palm. The attack was similar to the one before, but the difference was that this palm did not fall from the sky, but went against the sky. No. In the sky, the saint's cry sounded. He felt the palm and wanted to escape, but found that his aura was completely locked and his body was greatly restricted. He could only defend or attack. In the face of such a powerful attack, he could only choose to defend. Layers of defense propped up and surrounded him. Boom. The palm landed on the saint and then exploded. The saint's defense was instantly shattered, and the terrible energy raged in the saint's body. The next moment, the saint's body exploded. His soul was destroyed, and his body was destroyed. As the energy exploded, it formed a terrifying ripple that spread out in all directions. The ripple carried a powerful destructive power. Wherever it passed, the heaven realm cultivators who had besieged the four of them were annihilated by the ripple. The spreading energy dissipated. Jiao Tu, Huang Tu, and Yi Qian came to the scene. They saw that the ground had become an empty area. The surrounding vegetation had all disappeared. Only Zi-Chen was standing in the center, and the four people behind Zi-Chen were looking up at the sky. The four of them seemed to be petrified. They looked at the black-robed figure, and their minds were filled with the palm of the black-robed figure. One palm to destroy a saint, the aftermath of the energy to destroy a false saint, and then a heaven realm cultivator. True destruction of both body and soul. In their minds, it was like thunder rumbling and shaking. 4 words rang out. Saint Zi-Chen. Although the figure was tall, it was indeed vaguely familiar. Gradually, it merged with the figure in their minds, and then became the person in their memory. At this moment, the black-robed figure turned around, revealing a face that hadn't changed much from their memories. Zi-Chen, it's really you. Black Dragon cried out in surprise. And Peng's face was filled with disbelief. 5 Elements and Luo Yarrow lowered their heads. The two of them really didn't know what to say when they met under such circumstances. They couldn't say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They were enemies. Zi-Chen looked at the 4 of them, smiled, and said something he had just learned. Hurry up and take out the planet's origin liquid. If it's wrapped in energy for too long, the effect will be reduced a lot. The three of them came to their senses and quickly took it out. Zichen also immediately took out the jade bottle he had just received. He controlled the energy to collect all the planet's origin liquid. After collecting all the energy, he threw the jade bottle he had just received to Black Dragon. Chapter 2245. Encountering Zichen in this situation, the four of them had very complicated expressions as they recalled the scenes that happened in the Jianwu continent. It's too dangerous here. You can't stay here for long. Go to the Nephas starfield, where you can be protected. Zichen didn't seem to notice the changes in their expressions as he turned to look at the sky. The next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and a palm print suddenly appeared in the void. This palm print fell to the ground, and amidst a series of exclamations, it grabbed a saint and brought him in front of him. This saint kept struggling in the palm print, his face full of horror. The palm print dissipated, and the saint landed in front of Zichen from the sky and immediately bowed respectfully. Di Li greets my lord. Zichen nodded indifferently and said, now guard them and go to the Nephas starfield. Leave them to Xingchen. If anything goes wrong, I will exterminate your family. While speaking, Zichen took out a token with the word Star Path engraved on one side of the token. Di Li will do as Lord Supervisor says. Seeing the supervisor token, Di Li bowed respectfully again, his face full of shock. Four of you, let's meet again if fate wills it. Turning around and smiling at the four, Zichen turned and left. Not far away, Yi Qian also winked at the four of them before leaving with Zichen. As for Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, they didn't quite understand the situation in front of them, but they also followed in confusion. Without leaving too many words, Zichen left just like that. The four of them still hadn't recovered from their shock, and their expressions were a little dazed. The situation changed too quickly. That saint carefully stood to the side, not daring to urge these four seemingly insignificant fellows. After a while, Black Dragon sighed, looked at the jade bottle in his hand, and said, let's go. Only then did the three of them come back to their senses, and their expressions were very complicated. It seems that your worries were indeed unnecessary. Black Dragon put away the jade bottle that clearly contained a lot of planet origin liquid and looked at 5 elements. As the group moved forward on the star path, it was inevitable that they would talk about what had happened in the past. 5 elements had always been very worried that Zichen would harm the 5 elements family. However, after meeting Zichen today, it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. Under the lead of the saint, the 4 of them left this world and headed towards the Nephas starfield. They knew about the Nephas starfield and had almost died there. But when Zichen had asked them to go, they didn't hesitate at all. They trusted Zichen, even though they had been enemies just a moment ago. Most of the things in this world had been plundered. Next, this planet would become a part of this starfield, replacing the exhausted planets. If I'm not wrong, you two seem to have some grudges. Yi Qian, who had followed them, tilted her head to look at Zichen and said. When Zichen heard this, he smiled faintly and said, what kind of grudge is that? It's just a fight between frogs at the bottom of a well. After jumping out of the well, I realized how big the world is and how boring it was. Now that he had come to the star path, how could he still be in the mood to care about past grievances? His only thought was to stay alive. Lei Yidong jumped out and saw the entire world. He let go of his past grudges. Zichen jumped out, fully aware of the dangers of this world. Luo Yaro also jumped out. Otherwise, why would he be willing to give up his life to help the 3 of them? They were all like frogs at the bottom of a well, fighting to the death for the water of a small well. They even said that it was all they had. After jumping out of the well, they realized how ridiculous their so-called all they had was. This was something that Yi Qian couldn't understand. In her opinion, everything was the same. The only difference was that these people had changed. Jiatu and Huangtu also couldn't understand this situation. As the young master of a large family, he didn't need to understand. He had never experienced such a thing. In his life, there were no enemies at all. Even if there were, it wouldn't be his turn to do anything. His family could handle everything. Seeing that Zichen was helping the enemy, his expression was indescribably strange. However, he was more curious about the token from the Hort family that Zichen took out. Zichen, where did you get your supervisor token? I killed a guy who claimed to be a supervisor and snatched the token while I was at it. Why did you kill a supervisor? Jiatu and Huangtu became more and more curious. On this star path, those who saw a supervisor were more respectful than their ancestors. There was even someone who killed someone with a knife. Zichen didn't hide anything and told them about the request of Hort Will. Jiatu and Huangtu sneered. That guy was indeed looking for death by relying on the name of the Hort family. But on this star path, I'm afraid only you would dare to kill him. I know the current situation of the Hort family very well. Even if they had a Saint King, they wouldn't be able to send him out. You guys are very safe. Zichen nodded and said, I only found out about this after the fact. Speaking of which, I was really worried back then. Jiatu and Huangtu smiled. He had stayed in the Nefer's starfield for a while and naturally knew about dazzling. Even when he recalled her beautiful face, Jiatu and Huangtu were still stunned. By the way, what's going on with that planet? Why did it fall out of the spatial vortex? After walking out of this world, Zichen looked back at the planet and asked curiously. Jiatu Huangtu did not hide anything from Zichen and told him what he knew. It is said that at the beginning of the star path, there were not so many planets. These planets all came from those space vortexes. As for what is in the vortexes, no one knows yet because no one dares to enter the depths of the vortexes, not even the great sages. However, there have always been rumors that those vortexes are connected to the god race. I don't know if it is true or not. The planets in the star path you have seen are not large, not even 1,000th of the size of a planet in the endless starry sky. This is the reason why there are so many saints in the star path, and also the biggest secret of the star path. The lower level is the one you have just seen, which has the opportunity to become a saint. If you are lucky enough and have a high level of comprehension, you can create some saints. The next level is the medium level, in which the opportunity can create a Saint King. After that is the high level, which allows the Saint King to have the opportunity to become a great saint. This is the reason why there are so many saints in the star path, and also the biggest secret of the star path. Zichen was shocked after hearing this. At the same time, he also understood what Jiatu Huangtu meant by the so-called real star path. This opportunity is uncertain. No one knows where the next planet like this will appear. That's why so many aircraft have appeared, mainly to travel through the void. However, the closer you get to the depths, the greater the possibility of a planet appearing. This is also the reason why those forces constantly want to go deeper. In that case, doesn't the Overlord forces occupy the best place? Asked Zichen. That's indeed the case. The deepest parts are occupied by the Overlord forces, and the best resources are in our hands. Next, Jiatu Huangtu took Zichen to 2 more places, but they did not encounter such a good thing as planets. After that, the 3 of them did not stay any longer and went directly to the location of the Jiatu family. While moving forward, Zichen gradually came up with a plan in his heart. This plan was a little crazy, but once it was successfully implemented, it would maximize the benefits. The star path was very big. Zichen passed by one star field after another. These star fields were like pieces of land that had been divided. What kind of layout is this star path? Asked Zichen. Jiatu Huangtu thought carefully but did not know how to answer. Then, he condensed a ball with energy and placed it in the center. He said, "This is the core of the star path." After that, he took out 3 more balls and placed them in 3 directions. They were placed symmetrically and said, "These represent 3 star fields and 3 forces. They are the top forces in the star path." Then, he took out 6 more balls and placed them behind the 3 balls. He placed 2 balls on each side and said, "These represent the planets controlled by the 3 forces." As he spoke, he took out many balls and placed them outside in order so that the planets could eventually be connected. This is the layout of the star path. It's a huge circle, and we are all at the core of the circle. Zichen pointed at the ball in the center and said, "Your 3 forces are outside, So what's the call for? Jiao Huangtu smiled and said, "This is a secret. Perhaps one day, the goddess will know." Zichen suddenly understood that this place was related to the god race. Next, Jiao Huangtu, as a guide, introduced some star fields to Zichen along the way. Through this journey, Zichen also knew that if there were no major changes, a saint could do whatever he wanted on this star path. This was also the strongest combat strength displayed on the star path. As for the Saint King from the Jiao family last time, that was just an accident. Because the return speed was not fast and they did not deliberately look for teleportation arrays that could cross domains, Zichen and the other two took more than a year to reach the starfield where the Jiao family was located. This overlord force occupied a starfield alone. After stepping into this starfield, Zichen saw an endless void. In this void, there were only 10 planets at the end of his line of sight. The 10 planets were in the pattern of a 9-star ring. In addition to these 10 planets, in this vast starfield, there were only glowing vortexes and aircraft that were constantly shuttling back and forth. The entire void star area gave him a feeling of vastness, and he vaguely felt an oppressive aura. "Zichen, welcome to the Jiao starfield." Jiao Huangtu smiled and said. Zichen nodded in a daze. He looked at the vortexes and said, "Aren't those?" Jiao Huangtu smiled and nodded, indicating that Zichen's guess was correct. As expected of an overlord force, it was worthy of occupying the best location. While he was shocked by the other party's generosity, Zichen was guessing that Wuji back then had gone to the other 2 overlord forces alone and beat them until they retreated for so long. How heroic was that? So what if they had a lot of resources? They were still no match for Wuji. This sentence was not wrong, but it was a little arbitrary. Zichen was not completely clear about the battle that year. In that battle, many strong existences from the life stars had fallen. Even the ancestors of the 4 great royal families were left with only a remnant soul. That battle was fierce, and the losses of these forces were not small. That was why Wuji was able to sweep over them. If it was at its peak, Wuji would not be able to sweep the entire star path and beat the other 2 overlord forces until they did not come out for hundreds of thousands of years. Although luck played an important role, Wuji's strength was undeniable. As if it was deliberately showing its power to Zichen, a rumbling sound came from the heaven and earth. It was a vortex that suddenly burst out a dazzling light. Chapter 2246. This was the sign of the birth of a planet, the biggest secret of the star path. However, the cultivators in the flying devices didn't move forward crazily. Instead, they slowly changed directions and headed in that direction. Only a small part of the flying devices changed directions. The others continued to move around. Evidently, they were already used to this scene. Several flying devices appeared from the planet in the center, flying toward the edge of the void at a fast speed. A middle-aged man stood in the flying devices. He wore a purple-blue long robe, his long hair hanging loosely. His eyes were bright and full of majesty. His name was Jiao Chisheng, the head of the Jiao family, and the most powerful person in the family. Standing in the flying device, Jiao Chisheng looked out of the window through the crystal glass. He seemed to be lost in thought. A middle-aged man next to him asked confusedly, "Head, he's just a saint. Is it necessary to welcome him personally?" The middle-aged man's voice woke Jiao Chisheng up. He smiled and said, "He's a saint, yes, but he's also the hope of some people. What he represents is extraordinary. It's said that the heaven-defying experts of the life stars will have heaven-defying abilities once they grow up. However, it's just a rumor. After so many years, there have been so many generations of heaven-defying experts, but we've never seen anyone truly heaven-defying," the middle-aged man said resentfully. After receiving the message from Jiao Chisheng, the head of the Jiao family came out in the flying device to welcome Zichen. Not only did the middle-aged man not understand, but many of the higher-ups of the family didn't understand either. After all, he was just a young man. How could he accept such courtesy? Jiao Chisheng chuckled and said, "There are indeed many heaven-defying experts, but have you ever seen one who can kill a group of people? Have you ever seen a heaven-defying expert who can injure a saint king as a saint? Have you ever seen a heaven-defying expert who combines yin and yang energy?" The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. During this time, the family had carefully investigated Zichen. The conclusion was that he had great potential. Jiatu Chisheng. However, no matter how great his potential was, it was still just potential. Before he grew up, everything was just a bubble or an illusion. If it were not for the carelessness of the sage king, this heaven-defying cultivator with great potential would have become a corpse long ago. Jiatu Chisheng continued, "Is Wuji strong enough?" He was one of the few outstanding warriors on this life star. But with the yin and yang energy in his body, he did what Wuji couldn't do back then. The middle-aged man remained silent. That limitless sword god was indeed powerful. That year, if it wasn't for him patronizing those two big families by himself, causing those two big families to turtle up and suffer heavy losses, their Jiatu family wouldn't have developed so well these past few years. He recognized Zichen's power, but he didn't recognize Zichen, who was only a saint. Jiatu Chisheng sighed and said, "You people are too snobbish. You always think that only when both sides are equal in strength can you have the right to talk. But have you ever thought that once the other party grows up, he will be on equal footing with you? While he hasn't grown up yet, it's not a bad thing to face him. Moreover, the relationship you build at this time is much stronger than in the future, and the cost is much smaller." The middle-aged man snorted and said, "Do we have to curry favor with him and give him a planet?" "Haha, I have the same idea." Jiatu Chisheng smiled, looking at the outside world. "That little guy is lucky. Let's choose the planet that appeared today." Family head. The middle-aged man looked at Jiatu Chisheng, his face disbelieving. Jiatu Chisheng waved his hand and said, "Let's do that. Sending charcoal in the snow is more practical than adding flowers to the brocade. Moreover, it's easier for people to remember." Unless the elders' conference was held, no one could refute the family head's words. In the Jiatu family, the family head was arrogant, and so were the elders. In people's eyes, it was a noble planet, and it wasn't even enough to invite all the elders to discuss it. Looking at the flying vehicle flying over, Jiatu Chisheng was bewildered, his eyes flashing with astonishment. "Jiatu Chisheng. What's wrong?" Zichen noticed the change in Jiatu Chisheng's expression. "The family head is here," Jiatu Chisheng said. Zichen wasn't surprised. He thought that the other party was here to welcome the goddess. After all, from Jiatu Chisheng's reverence for Yi Qian, he could see the Jiatu family's attitude towards Yi Qian. However, Zichen didn't know that if it was to welcome the goddess, this lineup was obviously not enough. Back then, he had seen with his own eyes that the family head and many elders had all appeared. Even those who were in seclusion had appeared. Moreover, after that welcoming ceremony, when the goddess returned again, no one came to welcome her. At most, they would welcome her in the city. But today, the family head's flying vehicle could only be to welcome Zichen. Zichen didn't know this, but Jiatu Chisheng was very clear about it. It could be seen that the family still attached great importance to Zichen. The flying vehicle stopped in front of them, and cultivators walked out one by one. The weakest of these people was a saint. The two of them gave Zichen a sense of danger. Their realms were obviously above the saint realm. "Greetings, goddess." After walking out of the flying vehicle, with Jiatu Chisheng as the leader, everyone first bowed to Yi Qian. "Family head, you're too polite," Yi Qian said lightly. She still remembered that when she first came here, the welcoming ceremony made her completely at a loss. At that time, she was only in the heaven realm. When she felt the aura of those people, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. And every time these people saw her, they would bow to her. One time, Yi Qian called the family head uncle, which seemed very polite. She didn't expect that the family head would be so scared that his face turned pale. After that, Yi Qian called him family head. After bowing, Jiatu Chisheng looked at Zichen and said with a smile, "This must be little friend Zichen. Welcome to Jiatu." Zichen greets the family head. Zichen immediately bowed. "Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. You are a guest." Jiatu Chisheng smiled politely. His black hair was loose, and his smile was easygoing. He looked carefree and unrestrained. As for his realm, Zichen couldn't see it at all. But he guessed that he was either a saint king or a great saint. They entered the flying vehicle together. During this time, they all looked at Zichen curiously, sizing up the heaven-defying expert who had almost killed Sam. After getting on the flying vehicle and sitting down, Jiao Chisheng asked about some things that had happened on the way here. Gradually, Zichen, who was a little nervous, relaxed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. During this time, they could hear Zichen's chuckle occasionally. I've sent people to connect the two-star areas. However, it's not a small project. I'm afraid it will take a long time. Little friend Zichen, you have to be patient. Of course, I have patience. But it's too troublesome, family head. Don't be so polite. I heard that Wuji is your teacher. I've met your teacher before. We're quite familiar with each other. After that, he said some meaningless things. Zichen was thinking about what benefits he should strive for himself, or rather, for the lifestar. From the conversation with Jiao Chisheng, he could see that the other party was very easygoing. Although Zichen didn't believe that this was his true nature, it was a good start. Of course, he couldn't neglect the goddess along the way. From their expressions, Zichen could see that these people respected Yi Qian very much. Sometimes, when Yi Qian slightly raised her eyebrows, they would become very nervous. They valued Yi Qian so much because of her father, who definitely had an extraordinary background. Zichen also believed that if he could get more benefits through Yi Qian, he would definitely be able to get more benefits. However, that wasn't what a man should do. Besides, relying on a woman wasn't a long-term solution. After landing on the planet at the center, Zichen saw many magnificent buildings. Everywhere was filled with an ancient charm. The auras of the cultivators coming and going showed that they were all saints. During this period, Zichen didn't see a single false saint. He wasn't in a hurry to discuss things with Zichen. He motioned for Jiao Tu and Huang Tu to show Zichen around first. After holding a banquet to welcome Zichen in the evening, Jiao Tu and Chisheng left, leaving the three people behind. Of course, wherever the three people passed, they could see some curious young people. Some of them were saints, and some were heaven realm. They didn't look very old. When they looked at Yi Qian, they were full of awe. However, when it came to Zichen, they were full of curiosity and doubt. The news that Jiao Tu, Huang Tu, and Jiao Tu and Sam were seriously injured had already been sent back. It was said that if the goddess hadn't appeared in time and was an old acquaintance of Zichen, the two of them would have been killed. Therefore, they were very curious about how powerful this saint was. However, today, it seemed that he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. When Jiao Chisheng returned to his room, there were already 2 elders waiting in the living room. One of them, who was wearing a grey robe and had a short beard, said, "This is too abrupt. It will make the Jiao family lose face." Jiao Chisheng smiled indifferently and said, "If that lord is happy, it's worth it even if we lose face." "What do you mean?" The elder who spoke earlier was startled. The silent elder also looked at Jiao Chisheng. "Huang Tu, that child, has too little experience and is too naive. I can't see anything. However, in my eyes, the way the goddess looks at that boy is very unusual. Although the admiration isn't so obvious, I can still feel it. Even if this boy is a toad who can't eat swan meat in the end, as long as the goddess is willing to protect him, he will have a great future. This is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that this boy is stronger than I thought. If Sam fights with him again, I believe he will be the one who loses." Jiao Chisheng sighed and said, "The title of the strongest against the heavens is not for nothing. He is already invincible among saints. No one in the same level is his opponent. We can't treat him as a saint. We should treat him as a saint king." The 2 elders obviously didn't expect the family head to have such a high opinion of Zichen. They couldn't help but frown. Chapter 2247. Pu2 was called Jiao Pu2, a core disciple of the Jiao family. His position was on the same level as Jiao Zhen, who Zichen had injured, and Jiao Huang Tu. Among the young generation of the Jiao family, those who were given the word Tu were all existences with great potential. Hearing that Pu2 was going to stop Zichen, Jiao Chisheng slightly arched his brows. The 2 elders' eyes brightened. If the 2 of them fought, They would be able to find out Zi Chen's strength. Are there any matches? The head of the family asked. Yes. The voice outside the door sounded hesitant. What's the result? Who won and who lost? An elder couldn't help but ask. Pu2 lost. This failure was expected. After all, the other had defeated a Saint King. The elder asked again, how long did they fight? Did they really use their full strength? This time, the voice outside the door delayed for 3 breaths. Pu2 was defeated in 1 move. He was slightly wounded. I don't think he used his full strength. The 2 elders, who had been expecting this, were dumbfounded. Jiao2 Pu2 was one of the top warriors in the Jiao2 family. However, he was defeated in 1 move by Zi Chen. It was unbelievable. Got it. You can leave now. Jiao2 Qi Sheng waved his hand. Everything was within his expectation. The heaven-defying expert from the Life Star carried the hope of the entire Life Star. He would be an extraordinary character in the future. It was normal that Pu2 couldn't defeat him. Losing in 1 move was nothing to complain about. Looking at Jiao2 Pu2, who had been defeated in 1 move, the surroundings were silent. The cultivators, who had been expecting this, now froze. They were petrified. Previously, 2Pu's clamor was so sonorous and forceful. His attack was so imposing. However, he was defeated too quickly. Jiao2 Pu2 fell on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He had never thought that he, who was ranked in the top 5 among his peers in the Jiao2 family, couldn't resist 1 move of Zi Chen's. For the time being, the scene was so quiet that it was impossible to clean up. Zi Chen stood there calm as the wind. Jiatu Huangtu coughed and said discontentedly, Pu2, Zi Chen is a guest of the Jiatu clan. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Jiatu and Pu2 stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths, and bowed respectfully to the goddess. They glanced at Zi Chen, turned around, and left. Jiatu and Huangtu said apologetically, Zi Chen, don't mind him. Pu2 is just like that. He has a good relationship with Zhentu, so he must not be convinced of Zhentu's defeat. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. He must be convinced of his defeat today. Zi Chen nodded gently and did not pursue the matter. In fact, he had expected a Saint King to appear after he defeated a saint to test his strength. However, the Saint King had not appeared until now, which was also somewhat out of his expectations. He guessed that this was not a deliberate arrangement. The others also bowed to the goddess, then turned and left. Jiao2 and Pu2's defeat had completely satisfied their curiosity. Next, Jiao2 and Huangtu took Zi Chen and Yi Qian for a stroll on this planet, which was known as the highest level. It was said that the first great saint of the Jiatu clan had obtained the resources on this planet and established the Jiatu clan. This clan's foundation was really deep. Wherever they went, Zi Chen was amazed as he listened to Jiao2 and Huangtu's explanation. Especially the so-called Hidden Star Tower, which made Zi Chen have the urge to go in and take a look. According to Jiao2 and Huangtu, the Hidden Star Tower contained the planets that had been collected over the years. After these planets had appeared, they had been refined with great magical power and sealed in the Hidden Star Tower. After that, they had been provided for the cultivation of the younger generation disciples. The foundation of the Hidden Star Tower alone was probably thousands of times more than the sum of the War Marshall continent and Tianwu continent. How could Zi Chen not be amazed by this? Moreover, listening to the meaning of Jiao2 and Huangtu's words, the number of planets stored was more than the number of geniuses. They were also very distressed about how to use these resources, which made Zi Chen speechless. Are the 2 great clans, Daofu and Huoti, the same? Zi Chen suddenly asked, not knowing what to think. Although the 2 great clans don't go out, they still have activities in their own star fields. They should have accumulated a lot of good things over the years, Jiao2 and Huangtu said. Zi Chen nodded and no longer spoke. After walking around for half a day, it was time to go to the banquet. This time, not only did the patriarch of the Jiao2 clan personally accompany them, but even 2 elders also followed. They gave Zi Chen enough face. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the patriarch of the Jiao clan, Yi Qian sat in the main seat, and Zi Chen sat next to her. All kinds of delicacies were served. They were all treasures in the Star Road, and many of them even came from the newborn planets. Even Zi Chen, who was a little reserved, ate to his heart's content during this meal. He secretly sighed in relief. During this period, the two sides did not talk about the alliance, but just warmly greeted the guests. After the banquet, Zi Chen went to the study of the patriarch of the Jiao clan. "Come and taste it. It's a good tea from a middle-level world." Jiao Chisheng motioned Zi Chen to sit down. The tea exuded a faint fragrance, and as it hit his nose, Zi Chen immediately felt his spirit clear, just like when he first entered that planet. He secretly exclaimed that it was a good thing, and unceremoniously gulped it down, like a cow chewing on a peony. Jiao Chisheng did not care about this. After slowly tasting it, he said, "Huang Tu should have already said what should be said to you. I don't know if you have any other requests, but we will try our best to arrange them." On the way here, Zi Chen thought a lot, but it seemed that he really could not ask for anything. The other requests were somewhat unreasonable, so Zi Chen would not consider them. If the teleportation array was opened, then the cultivators from the Life Star could enter the star field where the Jiao clan was located to gain experience and obtain the resources of those planets. There should be nothing to ask for. After thinking about it, Zi Chen decided to ask for something. "I want to ask for a set of blueprints for a star field teleportation array." "Oh, you actually want that kind of thing?" Jiao Chisheng was very surprised. He was prepared for Zi Chen to ask for a planet, but he did not expect that Zi Chen would ask for a teleportation array blueprint. You should know that this kind of teleportation array can only be built by someone with extremely profound attainments in array formations. Moreover, it needs to find a stable space in the void to establish a node. This is not something an ordinary array formation master can do. "I heard about it before coming, but I want to try." Zi Chen still insisted on his request. "Since you insist, there is no harm in giving it to you. If you are not in a hurry, you can leave in 3 days. I will ask Huang Tu to pick a complete teleportation array blueprint for you." "Many thanks, Patriarch." After leaving the study, Zi Chen felt relaxed. Next, he would return to Yi Qian's world with her. Watching Zi Chen leave, Jiao Chisheng muttered under his breath, "This little guy is really ambitious." 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Zi Chen did not see Patriarch Jiao, and the disciples of other families did not disturb him. During these 3 days, Zi Chen spent most of his time with Yi Qian. These people turned a blind eye to this. Naturally, there were many young disciples in the family who admired the goddess, but no one dared to pursue her. Zi Chen could not understand the position of the goddess in their hearts. As for Goddess Yi Qian's identity, Zi Chen did not know either. Therefore, when he interacted with Yi Qian, it was the same as before. 3 days later, Jiao Huang Tu came to see them off. He took out 2 things. One was the teleportation array blueprint that they had agreed on before, and the other was the sealed planet. This surprised Zi Chen. "This is the Patriarch's idea." Jiao Huang Tu smiled. He was not going to follow Yi Qian to the planet. "Thank the Patriarch for me. Zi Chen will remember this kindness." Zi Chen took the 2 things and said. He did not refuse, and he could not refuse, because these things were too precious. Under Jiao Huang Tu's lead, the 3 of them came to the teleportation array. There were several saints guarding there. After seeing the 3 of them, they also bowed respectfully. Of course, this respectful greeting was for Yi Qian. When they came to the room where the teleportation array was placed and saw the glowing teleportation array, Zi Chen felt dizzy. This was a very complicated teleportation array, hundreds of times more complicated than what Zi Chen usually saw. Even with his perfect spiritual sense, he could not bear it at first glance. Only a saint array master can build such a teleportation array. Jiao Huang Tu kindly reminded, then waved at Zi Chen and said, "Take care." Zi Chen nodded with a smile on his face. Then Jiao Huang Tu bowed to Yi Qian and said respectfully, "Farewell, goddess." Yi Qian turned and entered the teleportation array with Zi Chen. With a strong fluctuation, Zi Chen and Yi Qian disappeared. Looking at the remaining energy light on the teleportation array, Jiao Huangtu muttered to himself, "Brother Zichen, it's not that I don't want to remind you, but this matter is very important. The goddess is not someone we can criticize. Please take care." The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, Zichen felt as if he had walked into a black hole and was walking through it. There was nothingness all around, and time became chaotic. It was impossible to accurately perceive the flow of time. Perhaps it was an instant, or a year, or even longer. The nothingness disappeared from before, and light appeared in front of him. Zichen felt as if he was stepping on solid ground. Shaking his dizzy head, Zichen saw that he was standing on a brightly lit teleportation platform. Around the teleportation platform, there was nothing but emptiness. What's going on? Looking at the nothingness around him, Zichen asked in confusion. Yi Chen took Zichen's hand and said, "Follow me." Next, she took a step forward, walked out of the void, and arrived on the real ground. This was a very open ground. There were no buildings within tens of thousands of miles. It was yellow sand. In the center of the yellow sand, there was a 2-story building. Around the building, there were some lonely plants. At this moment, a beautiful woman was trimming these plants. She seemed to be very focused. Chapter 2248. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only one person, one building, and some unremarkable vegetation. The first feeling Zichen got from this place was loneliness. "Mother." A clear and gentle voice rang out. Yi Chen pulled Zichen and descended towards the ground. The beautiful woman in plain clothes turned around, revealing a graceful and beautiful face. After seeing Yi Chen, her slightly dim eyes lit up as she shouted in surprise, "Chen Mother, it's me." The two landed on the ground. Yi Chen let go of Zichen and rushed towards the beautiful woman. Zichen stood in place, looking at the scene of mother and daughter reuniting. Looking at the tears flowing out of the mother and daughter's eyes, a very warm feeling welled up in his heart. Zichen was a little unfamiliar with this feeling and felt very uncomfortable. He shook his head, forcibly dispelling this uncomfortable feeling, and looked around. Although this place was a flat land that extended for 10,000 miles, it wasn't difficult to sense that a battle had taken place here. If Zichen's guess was correct, this flat land was Yi Chen's former family residence, but it had been razed to the ground by the people of the Jiatu family, leaving only her mother's residence. As for all the lives in the family, only one person should have survived. Yi Chen's mother's residence had been preserved. She lived here alone and didn't go to see Yi Chen's biological father. At this moment, Zichen seemed to understand why Yi Chen didn't want to go to the god race that everyone dreamed of and didn't want to see her father. Just as Zichen was lost in thought, the mother and daughter had finished talking. Yi Chen looked back at Zichen, her tear-stained face full of smiles. "Mother, he is Zichen. I told you about him before." Zichen stepped forward and saluted. "Zichen greets Auntie. You are Zichen? You are really a talented person. I heard from Chen that you helped her a lot. I haven't thanked you yet." Chen's mother looked at Zichen with a kind smile, her voice very gentle. "Auntie, you are too polite. Yichen and I are friends. It is only right for us to help each other." Zichen said with a smile. "It's rare for you to come. Come in and have a seat. Why are you standing outside?" The three of them returned to the room. The decorations here were undoubtedly very gorgeous. There were all kinds of exquisite and expensive utensils, and most of them exuded strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was very extraordinary. However, although the decorations here were very gorgeous, it lacked vitality and appeared very stiff. Walking into the living room, Zichen looked around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a glowing sphere. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. When he looked forward again, he realized that this was not an illusion. That sphere was a sealed planet. It was the biggest secret of the star path. However, such a precious item was casually placed in a corner. It wasn't just one, but three. 3 sealed planets. His spiritual sense had already perceived that Mother Qian was only in the heaven realm. He believed that these were sent by the Jiatu family for her to break through, but she didn't use them. Looking away, Chen sat down and no longer looked around. He couldn't guarantee that he would see something that would make him lose his composure in the next moment. Chen sat next to Chen with a smile. Chen, on the other hand, was a little nervous. Such a scene seemed to be the first time a boyfriend and girlfriend met the parents. Mother Chen personally poured tea for Chen, which made Chen very flattered. The tea was very ordinary, and it was very different from the tea arranged by the Jiatu family head. It was also very incompatible with the layout of this place. However, it was very sweet and warm, making Chen very reluctant to part with it. Mother Chen was very enthusiastic, which made Chen a little reluctant to ask to leave now. Moreover, it was supposed to be a meeting between mother and daughter, and there was a lot to talk about. However, Mother Chen left her daughter aside and chatted with Chen non-stop. Of course, the thing that was mentioned the most during this period was the rescue in the Zhonwu continent. When that matter was mentioned again, Chen still had lingering fears. Although he didn't intend to enter the Saint Realm with Chen in that way, and purely saved her as a friend, he was still a little scared when he thought about it. Because Qi Wei, who was prepared to use force, had now become a wanted criminal in the Star Road. The Jiatu family had issued a search warrant to capture Qi Wei. As for Qi Wei's family in this world, they had long disappeared. This was what Jiatu Huangtu quietly told Chen. During this period, there was also a layer of advice, which Chen could hear. If he had really used that method to enter the Saint Realm, perhaps the Zhonwu continent and the Qianwu continent would no longer exist. Chen, you've worked hard along the way. Take a rest first. Auntie will cook some good dishes for you. Chen's mother looked at Chen and said with a satisfied expression. Mother, why do you keep talking to Chen and not to me? Don't you think I've worked hard? Am I not your daughter, or is Chen your son? Chen acted like a spoiled child. You little girl. Chen's mother smiled and tapped Chen's forehead. Then she looked at Chen and said, it would be nice to have such a son. Chen grinned foolishly and didn't say anything. Chen's mother went to work, and the two people in the living room fell into a rare silence. Chen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Ever since I became a goddess, my mother has been living a very hard life. She almost doesn't know anyone, and everyone in her family has left this world. I used to often mention you in front of my mother. She knows that you saved me and is very grateful to you. Chen sighed and said softly. Chen nodded and said, I think Auntie is a very good person. Chen saw the plight of this place at first glance. He saw Chen's mother's loneliness. Because of the marriage alliance with Chen's adoptive father, she couldn't go to the Shen clan. Or rather, she didn't want to go to the Shen clan. But if she stayed here, these ruins would remind her of her prosperous family and the lives that had fallen. She would spend the rest of her life in solitude and suffering. In the kitchen, Chen's mother was still busy. In the living room, Chen asked, when are you going to leave? Those saints haven't invaded yet, right? I'll leave in a few days, Chen said after thinking for a while. Chen looked at Chen gratefully. Chen ate the rest of the meal very comfortably and warmly. The slightly awkward thing was that Chen's mother kept putting food in Chen's bowl and smiled as she watched Chen eat. Ruth requests an audience with the goddess and mistress. A voice suddenly came into the living room. Ruth. Why is he here? Chen frowned. Go and have a look. He used to treat you well, Chen's mother said. He treats me well because he wants to be a matchmaker for his son, Chen said with dissatisfaction. But she still got up and walked out of the living room. Chen got up and was about to follow her. Chen said, you don't, however, before she could finish her words, Chen's aura changed. It first became sacred, then changed again. A unique and arrogant aura spread out. It was the unique arrogance of a harmonious spirit master. With this identity, he could walk unhindered in the star path. Chen looked at Chen, who had become a harmonious spirit master, and was shocked. Chen's mother had once traveled the star path and saw a harmonious spirit master from afar. So, this aura was still fresh in her memory. At this moment, she was also shocked. Is this real? It can't be any more real, Chen said with a smile. The two walked out of the living room. Lu Sai was standing thousands of miles away. As the only saint in this world, he didn't dare to step into this area without permission. Just now, my men reported that they saw the light of the teleportation formation. Lu Sai thought that the goddess should have returned, so I came to pay my respects. Lu Sai came and saluted again. Yi Qian waved her hand slightly impatiently. Lu Sai raised his head and looked at Chen and asked doubtfully, I don't know who this is, a harmonious spirit master I met on the star path. His name is Chen Zi Chen said first. Listening to the goddess' casual tone and the unique aura that was naturally released from Chen's body, Lu Sai's expression changed. He saluted again and said, I didn't know it was a harmonious spirit master who came. Lu Sai greets my lord. As a saint, he naturally knew the significance of a harmonious spirit master. Looking at the endless starfield, this kind of existence was a real big shot, second only to the god race. Lu Sai, why are you looking for me? Yi Qian asked. Lu Sai hesitated for a bit and then said, this time, we are preparing to enter the Zhonwu continent. The opening of the passage is almost finished. I wonder if the goddess is interested in going to take a look. What's there to see? Yi Qian was about to refuse, but she quickly changed her mind and said, is it a saint-level passage? Yes. I haven't been to the Zhonwu continent for a long time. It's a good time to take a look, Yi Qian said. 2 days later, I will come to pay my respects to the goddess. After saluting Yi Qian and Chen, Lu Sai left. When they returned to the living room, Yi Qian said, this group of people is actually monitoring this place. It seems their main purpose is to find you. Since they were monitoring this place, they knew that when Yi Qian came, she brought an existence from the life star. This was Lu Sai's purpose in coming here. However, after Chen showed the aura of a harmonious spirit master, Lu Sai was sure that it was a misunderstanding. As for what he said before, it was just an excuse. With the aura of a harmonious spirit master, Chen wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. No one would suspect that a harmonious spirit master was from the life star. He was curious about the so-called passage. That was why he sent a message to Yi Qian, asking her to change her mind. 2 days passed quickly. Lu Sai came again, sending a message from 10,000 miles away. They were about to leave. Mother Qian hugged Yi Qian, looking reluctant to part with her. Chen, who was standing next to her, said, Auntie, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. I'll be back soon. I see that Auntie is raising some plants. We have some strange flowers and plants in our place. When I have time, I'll bring them back. Mother Qian let go of Yi Qian and looked at Chen with satisfaction. It's rare for you to be so considerate. It's your first time coming here. Auntie doesn't have anything good to give you. I just have some small things for you. I hope they will be useful to you. While talking, Mother Qian walked to an inconspicuous corner of the living room. She picked up the 3 sealed planets and walked towards Chen, stuffing them into his hand. Chen was shaken inwardly, but his face didn't change. He smiled and refused. Auntie, you're too polite. I've already disturbed you by coming here. How could I dare to take Auntie's things? These small things can be used as decorations at home. I don't have a fixed residence, so I don't have a place to put them. Kid, don't decline. Just take them. Auntie, I have no use for these decorations. Yi Qian stood aside, smiling at the two of them talking in riddles. Her eyes gradually became blurry. Chapter 2249. Qianmu's mother had lived a tough life. It could be seen from her situation. Yi Qian's father hadn't shown up for so many years. It wasn't just because he was busy. Perhaps, they had just met once that year. He didn't pay much attention to this encounter until Yi Qian's divine bloodline was found. Yi Qian had become a goddess, but her mother hadn't gone to the celestial race, nor had she seen that person. It was as if she was imprisoned, living in this place. If there weren't any major accidents, she would probably spend the rest of her life in solitude and self-blame. Her life was tough. Her only hope was that Yi Qian could live a good life. These 3 planets weren't just a simple gift. They were more like a trust. Thus, Chen was determined not to accept them. He couldn't bear this responsibility. He couldn't guarantee that he could bring happiness to Yi Qian. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be alive after accepting these 3 planets. Yi Qian pulled Zichen away. Qianmu's mother watched them leave. Her bright eyes dimmed down one more time. Until the 2 of them disappeared completely, she turned around to look at the lonely plants. She began to trim them carefully. She was so focused as if the plants had become her everything. Only this way could she forget everything that had happened. The 2 of them weren't in a good mood. The atmosphere was heavy. Ruth followed them, not even daring to breathe. He was the saint that people respected. He was the only saint in this world, the strongest expert. However, in front of these 2, he was nothing. Apparently, the 2 of them weren't interested in talking. Thus, Ruth didn't even dare to inquire about Zichen's background. He could only follow them silently. The one who had reported to them last time was gone. Where is that place? Zichen broke the silent atmosphere. In this world, answered Ruth respectfully. I heard that you've invaded this lifestar for a long time. Why haven't you opened a passage yet? Asked Zichen casually. Speaking of this, Ruth couldn't help but sigh. Sir, you don't know. Those fellows on the lifestar are too cunning. In fact, we had opened the Saint Passage dozens of years ago. Unfortunately, they ambushed us. We lost more than 10 saints, including a Saint King. There's such a thing. Zichen was very surprised when he heard this. Even Yi Qian slightly tilted her head. She was also not clear about this matter. That time, the losses were extremely heavy. Those guys cheated and changed the rules of the Heavenly Tao, causing us to mistakenly think that we had avoided the Heavenly Tao and opened the passage. As a result, we suffered heavy losses. After that, they used some unknown method to change the rules of the Heavenly Tao, making it impossible for us to find a breakthrough. Over the years, we have tried to find many places, but we have been unable to break through the world barrier of the Zhonwu continent. However, in recent years, we have found a loophole here and are trying to open it. Under Ruth's lead, the 3 of them came to a special space in this world. Ruth pointed at the space vortex in front of them and said proudly, "This loophole was left behind when our people retreated many years ago. Using this loophole, we can enter the Zhonwu continent." Before the 2 of them entered the passage, Zichen heard someone cursing and swearing from inside. Then, a saint stormed out with an angry face. Those damn bastards. They used the rules of the Heavenly Tao to find a clue here. The previous loophole is disappearing. The saint who walked out spoke rudely. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw Zichen's group. After seeing Yi Qian, his face suddenly changed. He then respectfully bowed and said, "Nelly greets the goddess." The fact that Yi Qian was the goddess had spread out in this endless starry sky. Just like how Yi Qian had a unique innate talent to become a saint, everyone knew that it came from her god clan bloodline. "Nelly, what's going on?" asked Ruth. "Those damn bastards are playing tricks again. I guess this passage can't be opened for the time being," Nelly said in frustration. "Is that so? Let me have a look," Zichen said faintly. "You are." Nelly looked at Zichen with a puzzled expression. "This is a harmonious spirit master from the star path. His with the goddess," Ruth quickly introduced. Nelly was taken aback and quickly bowed. It was his first time seeing a harmonious spirit master. This kind of existence was a real big shot on the star path. "Take me in and have a look," Zichen said faintly. "Yes, sir. Please follow me." Nelly turned sideways and politely motioned Zichen to go forward. Zichen and Yi Qian walked into the spatial whirlpool at the same time. There was an even larger space inside, and there were 5 saints inside. They were sitting cross-legged outside a black hole, and from time to time, waves of energy would surge out from the black hole. "Get out of the way. The goddess and the harmonious spirit master are here," Nelly shouted at the 5 saints and waved his hand, indicating them to quickly move aside. The 5 saints stood up and respectfully bowed to the 2 of them before moving aside. Yi Qian came to the edge of the black hole and looked down. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Zichen retracted his gaze from the black hole and said in a deep voice, There is indeed a very obscure fluctuation that is dissipating. If we can't open this place in half a month, then it will be impossible to open it again. These saints looked at each other. They weren't as sensitive as Chen. Nellie asked cautiously, half a month is too short. We can't open it at all. Sir, do you have a way? Chen's gaze swept across these saints. The disdain in his eyes flashed and disappeared. He said indifferently, even if there is a way, you people can't open this place. The saints' faces immediately fell. As for the disdainful look from the harmonious spirit master, it was easy to ignore. Chen changed the topic and said, however, with the help of a saint king, we can open the passage in 3 days. 3 days. The saints' expressions all changed, but they didn't show too much difficulty. It could be seen that inviting a saint king wasn't a very difficult thing to do. A saint king came last time, but he didn't know how to open the space barrier. Nellie looked at Chen with some difficulty. Chen slightly frowned and said after a while, how about this? Call that saint king over. I'll teach him how to open the barrier. Nellie, Ruth, and the other saints looked at each other and nodded. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. They signaled Chen and Yi Qian to rest in the temporary camp. Ruth then went to find the Saint King. You really have a way? In this temporary camp, there were only 2 people. Yi Qian asked curiously. Chen nodded, revealing a smile on his face. Yi Qian read the real meaning in Chen's smile, and her face revealed a playful smile. Yi Qian didn't know these people, so she didn't care about their lives. Relatively speaking, Chen was her friend. Of course, she would stand on his side. What are you going to do? Yi Qian asked quietly. I don't need to do anything. I just need to open the passage. Many years ago, if the existence of the Life Star could use some means to kill a Saint King and some saints, it could be done this time as well. Indeed, Chen didn't need to do anything. 3 days later, the Saint King came. This was a Saint King whose body shone with a metallic luster. He had intentionally concealed his aura, but it still made the saints nearby feel a powerful sense of oppression. As soon as Chen saw the other party, he knew that this Saint King was much stronger than the one he had met on the star path. Bei Qi greets the goddess and harmonious spirit master. This Saint King apparently knew about the 2 from Nellie. He respectfully bowed to Yi Qian and politely greeted Chen. Only the goddess could make a Saint King bow his head. Even a harmonious spirit master couldn't. Chen naturally couldn't be as indifferent as Yi Qian. He nodded and smiled at the Saint King. Chen Zi. I heard from Nellie that you have a way to break this barrier. Bei Qi looked at Chen and asked. I have a way, but I can't guarantee it. Chen said politely. As long as you have a way, then I'll have to trouble you. This was the first time they met, so they spoke politely. A Saint King didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of a harmonious spirit master. Of course, a harmonious spirit master who could walk unhindered in the Star Road also needed to treat a Saint King seriously. Without too much politeness, the 2 came to the black hole. Bei Qi looked down at the passage and said, Can you still sense the hole? Why can't I sense it? The other saints shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't sense it. You can sense it by using some special laws. Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand and sent out a ray of energy. It was a unique energy law of a harmonious spirit master. As this law entered the black hole, the hole in the laws of the Zhonwu continent was magnified many times. These saints also sensed it, and their faces showed obvious surprise. After clearly sensing the hole in the laws, the Saint King smiled sinisterly and said coldly, Zhonwu continent, your doomsday has come. Bei Qi turned to look at Chen and asked politely, I will fully cooperate with you. How long will it take? 3 days. Chen extended 3 fingers. Good. Let me represent all the tribes in the universe to thank Lord Harmonious Spirit Master. After we set foot on that land, we will definitely bring some small toys for Lord. This time, Bei Qi's words clearly carried a touch of respect. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will have to wait for another 100 years. You guys are in such a hurry. Could it be that the Lightning God Palace has already appeared? Chen asked doubtfully. To saints, The lightning god palace on the Life Star wasn't a secret. That's not important. Saint King Bei-Chi's eyes turned cold, revealing a resentful look. He said, "What's important is that as long as we can reach there and kill, it's enough." Chapter 2250. There was a deep enmity between Bei-Chi and the Zhonwu continent. This enmity stemmed from the death of the previous Saint King, who was his sworn brother. Originally, he was the one who led the last invasion, but in the end, the leader was changed at the last minute. Feeling the murderous intent surging around the Saint King, Zichen just smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the other saints dispersed. Zichen and Bei-Chi stood beside the black hole. Zichen, who was about to raise his hand and release energy, suddenly asked, "Are you sure only these people will go in?" Bei-Chi was startled. "What do you mean? After this passage is opened, it will be very unstable at the beginning. We need some people to go in first and hold on for a while." Zichen pointed at the black hole and said, "How long will it take?" Bei-Chi asked. He naturally understood the meaning of Zichen's words. Once they entered the Zhonwu continent, the saints there would be able to sense it and would rush over immediately. At that time, a battle would be inevitable. "I can't guarantee that I will go with you, but I won't participate in the battle. After the passage is completely stabilized, I will leave," Zichen said decisively. "Call the vanguard team over first," Bei-Chi said without hesitation. In order to invade the Zhonwu continent, these forces had already made preparations. 2 days later, the vanguard team arrived first. Not counting the original saints, there were a total of 13 saints, and there was no Saint King among them. Although the number of these saints was not much compared to the star path, they came from more than 10 huge planets. These worlds were just a little smaller than the Zhonwu continent, but much bigger than the planets in the star path. They were real planets, worlds that could give birth to life and heaven-defying experts. Under normal circumstances, there would be a heaven-defying expert and a saint in a world. Everyone had arrived, and the follow-up troops would arrive at any time. Zichen's process of opening the space barrier was also coming to an end. In these 2 days, Zichen kept injecting the harmonious Spirit Master's law energy, making the hole bigger and clearer, while the Saint King forcibly bombarded the black hole with his Saint King's law energy. This process seemed to be strenuous for both sides, but in fact, only the Saint Kings were having a hard time. As for Zichen, he only needed to add a little bit of energy from the Life Star to deceive the others while he was transferring the energy to them. In the eyes of outsiders, this loophole was getting bigger and bigger, but in Zichen's eyes, this was a passage that fell from the sky, allowing these saints to reach the Zhonwu continent. 2 days had passed, and Zichen saw that most of the people had arrived. If there were more, he was afraid that he would be exposed. Following his shout, more energy was injected into the hole, and the hole became bigger and bigger. Finally, it became a passage that connected the 2 worlds. The moment they saw the passage open, the faces of these people were filled with pleasant surprise. However, looking at this passageway, these people were troubled again. The passageway was opened, but who should be the first to go down? Did he really avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao? Ever since the killing of the foreign race saints, the saints of the Zhonwu continent had been silent. Only Saint Yinzhong was commanding the battle, while the other saints had all disappeared. In this seemingly peaceful void, there was actually some kind of danger. Those saints who were in hiding would appear from time to solve the potential danger. For example, this time, because of a careless mistake, the foreign race saints almost broke through the passage between the 2 worlds, causing the saints to arrive early. For this reason, almost all the saints appeared and worked together to stop the spread of the loss of self-control. However, after stopping all of this, the saints found it strange that there was a foreign race's power extending towards them. This kind of extension came without any skill, and was very rude. Feeling the energy fluctuation from somewhere in the void, the Thunder Saint Beast in human form frowned and said, "What are these guys doing?" Beside him, the Azure Dragon Saint shook his head, and the others also looked very puzzled. No one knew what the foreign race was doing, and they couldn't guess or see through it. If the foreign race saints wanted to invade alive, the only way to succeed was to avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao and break through a stable passage to enter smoothly. If they came in this way, The heavenly Tao wouldn't kill them, and they would be qualified to fight with the saints of the Zhonwu continent. However, if they couldn't avoid the rules of the heavenly Tao, there was only one result for these people to enter, and that was to be killed by the heavenly Tao. Last time, they tricked those saints into thinking that they had avoided the rules of the heavenly Tao, and more than a dozen saints were killed. What about this time? However, these saints were using sneaky methods to carry out what should have been an open and above-board business. It was obvious that they couldn't avoid the heavenly Tao, but they still wanted to open a passage. This was an act of self-deception. All the saints present didn't understand these foreign races' actions. Could it be that they just want to open a passage and take a look at our world? Saint Xuanwu couldn't help but ask. The others shook their heads, indicating that it was impossible. Opening such a passage would take a lot of energy. Who would be so bored? Or rather, they want to talk to us. This possibility was even lower. They were already enemies, so what was there to talk about? Could it be a threat? Both sides were saints, and they would fight to the death. There was no need for such a threat. In short, they couldn't figure it out, so they didn't think or guess. Since they're playing dumb, we'll just pretend that we didn't see anything, Saint Qinglong finally said. Thus, these saints hid in the dark, watching the passage that was about to be opened. As a powerful ripple of energy surged out, the tunnel was forcefully torn open. Sensing the devastating storm of energy, the expressions of the saints in the dark changed slightly. Clearly, they had not expected a saint ruler to be the one to break open the tunnel. However, so what if it was a saint king? Under the control of the heavenly Tao, he would still die. After the passageway was formed, it paused for a moment before a glowing figure appeared from within. When the glowing figure appeared, it was accompanied by an undisguised voice. This passageway is very unstable. We must be fast. While they haven't arrived yet, we must quickly guard the surroundings. Hearing this familiar voice, the saints who were hiding in the dark were stunned. They were all too familiar with the owner of this voice. Before the other party became strong, or rather, when he was facing those heaven-defying experts, many of them were secretly protecting him. It seemed that the other party was fighting alone and had faced danger several times, but in fact, there were saints behind him. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know. While they were stunned, that figure had completely appeared. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zi Chen? Seeing Zi Chen himself, the saints' expressions changed again. This was because Zi Chen didn't appear as a lifestar, but as a foreign race. To be precise, there were two foreign races on his body. One was very sacred, and the other was the aura of a harmonious spirit master. If it was someone who didn't know Zi Chen, they would definitely think that this was a guy who looked like Zi Chen and not Zi Chen himself. However, they were different. They were people who knew Zi Chen very well. Although they didn't know where Zi Chen's harmonious spirit master aura came from, they knew where Zi Chen's sacred aura came from. For a moment, there were still a few saints who weren't sure. They all looked at the white-robed woman beside them. The latter nodded silently. She was sure that this was Zi Chen. She was Ling Shuang, and Zi Chen's sacred aura came from her. What does this little guy mean? The black tortoise saint asked, puzzled. At this moment, Zi Chen had already appeared. He continuously raised his hand and sent out waves of energy. Those waves of energy were stabilizing the passage. The lightning sacred beast saw Zi Chen in front of him, who was pretending with a straight face, and chuckled. Can't you see? This little guy is tricking people. He's using his foreign race identity to trick people. Sure enough, as the lightning sacred beast's voice fell, many light figures appeared from the passage. These light figures were all saints. However, they also paused for a few breaths before appearing. Obviously, when it came to life and death, they didn't completely trust Zi Chen. However, after seeing that Zi Chen wasn't killed by the laws, they also appeared one after another. Nelly, Luce, and the Saint King all came to this world. Their aura also surged crazily around them. As for Yi Qian, she didn't come down. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but the other saints didn't want to. If something happened to her, it would be a huge matter that could collapse the sky. No one could bear the responsibility. The two families that disappeared because of Yi Qian were the best examples of this. Alright, The situation is very clear. I don't know what method this little guy used to trick these idiots and sent them to us. Speaking of which, there are more than 10 saints and a saint king. If we don't take them away, we'll be letting down this little guy's scheme. The lightning sacred beast looked forward and said, "First, a few people go out and cooperate. We'll go get the battle king sword. We'll accept this gift." The descending saints protected Zichen in the center. Although it wouldn't be long before a large number of reinforcements arrived, they were still very nervous. On the other hand, the Saint King wasn't afraid at all. His aura surged around him. In the distance, the void distorted and one saint after another appeared. There was Saint Rosefinch, the Black Tortoise Saint, and several other saints. After they appeared, they were shocked to see so many foreign saints. Go to hell! But before they could show any other expressions, the Saint King roared uncooperatively and rushed forward. Of course, he didn't forget to turn back and say to Zichen, "Lord Chenzi, I'll leave this to you. I'll kill these saints." Zichen nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Don't worry. I'll fix the passage and let the rest of the troops come." The Saint King rushed forward just like that. The Black Tortoise Saint and the others were shocked and ran away without hesitation. How could a saint fight a Saint King? The other foreign saints were nervous and excited. Just when they thought that everything was going to be good, they saw the Saint King suddenly turn back. His face was full of fear. Behind him, powerful saintly might surged, and a beam of sword light flew toward him at high speed. Chapter 2251. Damn it! Help me stop it! The Saint King quickly returned. His speed was nearly twice as fast as before. His face was gloomy and full of anger. Of course, there was also unconcealable fear. Seeing the sword light behind the Saint King and feeling the surging saint aura, the other saints were dumbfounded. Even a Saint King like you couldn't stop the saint weapon, how could we? Subconsciously, they wanted to turn around and rush back to the passage, preparing to return to the alien starry sky. Saint weapon. Damn it. They used a saint weapon. Zichen also exclaimed. His voice was loud enough to pass through the passage to the other world. Damn it. Don't run. Stop the saint weapon. I'll be back soon. Don't retreat. The space is very unstable now. You'll cause the passage to collapse. Don't push. If you want to retreat, retreat one by one. Damn it. The passage is unstable. Come out. In the other world, Yi Qian and the other saints heard the voice coming from the passage. They saw the passage distorting crazily and becoming very unstable. Then, it completely collapsed. Zichen's last words also disappeared along with the passage's collapse. Looking at the collapsing passage, Yi Qian's expectant expression froze. She turned to look at the saints beside her. Feeling the sudden chill in the space, the saints' foreheads were full of cold sweat. They quickly knelt down. Through Zichen's voice, they could roughly guess what happened. They probably saw the saints of the Zhanwu continent use a saint weapon. They were frightened and prepared to escape, causing the space to become unstable and then completely collapse. The passage had disappeared and would never open again. They didn't care about the life and death of these saints. That harmonious spirit master was the goddess friend. They didn't care, but the goddess cared a lot. So this is the vanguard that you've already prepared. Yi Qian looked at the saints who were kneeling motionlessly. Her words became very cold. The saints fell silent again. They didn't know how to explain. Moreover, the goddess was obviously really angry. No one wanted to draw fire to themselves at this moment. Yi Qian knew very well what was going on. She just put on an act and left directly. Zichen had purposely said those words so that Yi Qian would not be isolated. However, he never expected that the lucky saints who didn't enter would give him such a big surprise. After the goddess left, these overly frightened saints glanced at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, they made the same move as the Jiatu family. Back at the Zhanwu continent, Zichen cried out in alarm, but he was the first to panic. Before these saints could enter the passage became unstable. Furthermore, Zichen was even more flustered, causing these saints to be unable to escape. In such a critical moment where their lives could be lost at any moment, The saints didn't care about Zi Chen's identity as a harmonious spirit master. Some of the saints were ready to curse at him. It's fine if they ran away, but the key point was that they didn't run away. Instead, it was you who panicked. Damn it, a dignified harmonious spirit master has such a psychological quality. However, before they could curse, the passageway above their heads closed, and the two saints who had rushed in first were squeezed out. Then, their curses could be heard, but they could not be transmitted to the other world, and could only echo in the surroundings. Zi Chen began to retreat, deliberately distancing himself from the crowd. He saw the long sword that exuded a terrifying saint aura flying towards him. The long sword's speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Suppressing its chi, it caught up with the fleeing Saint King. Buzz. Energy surged around the Saint King's body. His robe began to flutter, and his expression became ferocious. In the face of such a situation, he naturally had to fight. The long sword stopped in front of the Saint King for a moment. The Saint King's face immediately showed a hint of surprise, thinking that he could block this attack. Buzz. After a pause, an even stronger force came from the Saint King's face. The surprise on the Saint King's face instantly turned into horror. The Saint King's defense was broken, his body was cut open, and his soul was destroyed. Then, it flew towards the other saints in the distance. A Saint King couldn't block the attack of a saint weapon and was instantly destroyed. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The one who activated the saint weapon was either a great saint or the heavenly Tao's law. The former was obviously impossible because the great saints of the past were either dead or injured. They hadn't appeared in this world yet. Obviously, this situation belonged to the latter. They came through a blocked passage. The heavenly Tao's law shouldn't be able to kill them. For a moment, the thought of being cheated flashed through the minds of these saints. Once again, they were cheated. But who was the one who cheated them? They couldn't believe that they were cheated by a harmonious spirit master because it was meaningless. However, they still turned their heads to look at Zi Chen. Zi Chen was still retreating with an expressionless face. He still had the aura of a harmonious spirit master, which made these saints unable to see through him. The arrival of the saint sword under the influence of the heavenly Tao's law didn't allow these saints to guess the reason for this massacre. Zi Chen looked at the saint sword indifferently from afar. Wherever the saint sword passed, the saints' bodies were split apart and their souls were destroyed. It was a very simple extermination, a very easy extermination. The saint sword's light flashed as the saints died one after another. Zi Chen saw it clearly from afar. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The saint weapon was indeed a saint weapon. It was really strong. The battle ended quickly. The saint sword turned into a ray of light and disappeared. It didn't come to Zi Chen. Then, a ray of light flew over from afar. It was the Thunder Saint Beast. Zi Chen revealed a smile on his face and went forward to greet this senior. Unexpectedly, the latter actually paid no attention to Zi Chen, and it flashed towards the corpses of the saints instead. It swiftly put away all the corpses, and it didn't even spare the saint blood. During this period of time, it glanced occasionally at Zi Chen, and its expression was filled with vigilance. He wasn't vigilant of Zi Chen's identity, but he was vigilant that Zi Chen would snatch these resources from him. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen's good mood instantly turned bad. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. He couldn't possibly say, "Senior, please slow down. I won't snatch it from you." Fortunately, this awkwardness didn't last for long. More saints appeared. They were Saint Rosefinch, Saint Azure Dragon, Fairy Lingshuang, and some other saints that Zi Chen didn't know. Their performance was clearly much better than the Thunder Saint Beast. Although they would occasionally look at the resources, most of their attention was still on Zi Chen. "Not bad. You've actually become a saint." Saint Rosefinch looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Zi Chen greets all the seniors. Zi Chen's aura changed as he cupped his fists and bowed to the senior saints. The Azure Dragon Saint nodded and said with satisfaction, "You've broken through in just a few decades. This speed is completely beyond our expectations. Not bad, not bad. What's even better is that you've given us a big gift as soon as you return." Chen could only smile at the Azure Dragon Saint's praise. His original intention was to kill them, not to give them a gift. Who would have thought that these senior great saints would be like perverts seeing beauties when they saw the resources that they should have looked down on? Fairy Lingshuang didn't tease Chen. She just nodded at Chen. Not bad, little guy. You've become a saint so quickly. Seems like you've encountered a great opportunity on the Star Road. Tell me, the Thunder Saint Beast said to Chen after cleaning up the entire battlefield. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. I've met the Lightning Ancestor, Chen said. Nonsense. I'm right here, the Thunder Saint Beast said. I've met the real Lightning Ancestor, your master. He asked me to greet you. Ah. The Thunder Saint Beast's expression froze. Even the Azure Dragon Saint and the others were stunned. The Lightning Ancestor was a true senior figure. His battle strength was unprecedented. It was said that he was the strongest person in the history of the entire Life Star. You've really met my master? Did he help you become a saint? Where is he now? He didn't come back with you. The Thunder Saint Beast's previously indifferent expression became somewhat agitated. He left, Chen said. Where did he go? The Thunder Saint Beast asked. He seems to have died. However, he said that death is rebirth. If fate allows, we can meet again. Bullshit. You little bastard, you're talking nonsense. Dying means dying. What else can we meet? The Thunder Saint Beast thought that Chen was joking with him and said unhappily. Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, it's true. Moreover, the Lightning Ancestor wasn't the only one who said that. The Star Ancestor, the Moon Ancestor, and the Yaozu all said the same thing. You. The Thunder Saint Beast was so angry that his body trembled. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Chen, welcome back. Let's leave this place first, the Azure Dragon Saint said. Chen nodded. The group of saints walked out of this space. This was a unique space. Strictly speaking, only after walking out of here could they be considered to have stepped onto the Zhonwu continent. The group of saints walked out of this space one after another. When Chen stepped out of this space and stood in the sky above the Zhonwu continent, the aura around him suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Buzz. His body trembled with energy, and the aura of a saint spread out. The majesty of a saint surged without warning. The aura of a saint spread out between heaven and earth, and the gold and silver light around him constantly shone. The elders all turned around and looked at Chen in surprise. They didn't understand what he was doing. Was he announcing to the world that he had returned? But soon, they realized that they had misunderstood Chen because Chen's face was blank. He didn't know what had happened and looked at them for help. They were even more confused. With Chen as the center, a golden ripple spread out in all directions. The ripple spread out, causing heaven and earth to shake. The heavenly Dao law suddenly appeared and merged with the ripple, spreading toward the Zhonwu continent in an indelible way. Heaven and earth changed.